Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Finance Committee meeting for October 28th, 2024. It's 9:34, and I'd like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that the Sunshine Coast Regional District is located on the traditional territories of the Sechelt and Squamish Nations. Just before we get started, directors, are there any changes to the agenda today or any conflicts that directors want to declare? If not, I would look for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And with that, I think we will make a motion to receive all of the reports. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And we will jump straight into item 3.1, 2025 pre-budget overview, and we'll turn it over to our interim CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So just will share my screen here for a presentation. All right, so today is our first pre-budget. Last year in 2024, we actually didn't hold a pre-budget meeting. And so as part of our debrief process, it was decided that we wanted to have an opportunity to review all the various projects. So today I'm just going to review a little bit of what planning we've done ahead of our pre-budget, talk about a little bit of the impacts for 2025. We're also introducing a new tool for the regional district, which is our existing projects, staff capacity, and our prioritization. And we'll provide a little bit of a financial outlook and what-if scenario for both taxation and our staffing complement. So today, we are going to be going through an agenda that is going to review our existing projects. So typically, we would review our budget project status report. So again, we're going to be introducing a little bit of the new tool that we're doing. And this is part of what's driving a prior approval of the board, which is to develop a corporate work plan. So that work has been underway through the summer months, and we're going to be presenting this tool for the first time today. We're going to be going through our 2025 proposed initiatives, as well as our asset management and capital planning funding decisions. And we are also going to be reviewing our community partner requests. And again, this is an area where we streamline the process for our community partners. And they're providing a summary as part of pre-budget, and then we'll be making some recommendations if the board wants to see more detail with this group. And essentially, the purpose of today's meeting is for the board to provide direction in preparation for the round one budget deliberations. So just wanted to provide a little bit of background before we go ahead into our 2025 budget process, which just shows a little bit of the historical budgets for the regional district. Taxation has gone up over the years in correlation to our various increases in projects and service levels. We also, for the various rural areas, we've seen an increase in each area, especially in our member municipalities as they take more of the regional services. And so some of the key items that are impacting our budget for this year are new contract values that have been approved and will be hitting the budget for 2025. We also have prior decisions for new staffing that were prorated, and so the full implication will be put into the budget for next year. We also have some decreases in taxation, and that is because we have projects that were funded in 2024 that drops off in 2025. And we also will see some increases for debt servicing because we have several new projects that are funded through debt. So our preliminary 2025 FTE count and our historical is just articulated here. And so for 2025, we are anticipating a staff complement of 263.69 full-time equivalents. And again, that makes up several types of casual staff or part-time staff that are here. So we also have projected what the preliminary FTE count is without any proposals there as well. And as you can see in the year 2027, some of the staffing complement does drop off, and that is because we do have some interim or temporary positions that were approved in prior years. So some of the emerging items, and these are decisions that have not yet been made, some of these are articulated into the summary of the proposed initiatives, and those are items that may be the results of new tendering or new contract approvals. And so we still may experience some financial plan amendments. The 2024 year-end results, so we just concluded our Q3 variance, and we have already identified that there are several services that are in a deficit position, such as the Gibsons and District Fire and the park services. So we'll have to make some decisions on those, on how to fund those in the 2025 budget. We also have several grants that are in the application phase. And so sometimes those applications do not align with our budgeting process. And so we have to integrate those into our financial plan once we know the decision. We also have our transit operating agreement that we expect to have in the midst of the budgeting process. And so that has been a to be determined line item in our proposed initiatives today, as well as the outcome for the volunteer firefighter compensation review. We also have changes to our benefits calculation. So wages and benefits are one of our largest operating expenses in the regional district. And so things like our WCB premiums, Canada Pension, and municipal pension rates come throughout the process. And so we have to integrate those into our financial plan as well. So our planning process for the regional district is guided by the SCRD's strategic plan, as well as many other policy documents and planning documents, such as long-term transit planning. We're working towards our water strategy. And so again, this has been part of the vision that we're trying to take as we start to prioritize projects. So we, in the past, have typically gone through our planning process where we go through existing projects, existing board directives, and our annual budget process. So then it comes through and we have essentially a very large work plan ahead of us. And what we've been talking about is how to prioritize those various things that we have on the work plan. And so we have not done this holistic view of planning in the past. And one of the areas that we've not necessarily integrated holistically are the board directives. So we do present to the public and to the board an update on our budget project status report. We do have service plans and quarterly plans, but essentially we want to integrate those. And we then have taken the undertaking of matching all of our resources. So those 200 and some odd staff, we have then taken all of the hours that they work. And so identifying who is working operationally, because we know that our transit drivers are fully allocated to delivering that service. Our firefighters are delivering those service, and there's very few staff that are allocated to doing extraordinary projects. And so we have quantified that and then measured against what our existing work plan is. And so essentially that's the tool that's in front of you today in draft. And why I say it's in draft is this still is a work in progress because the board has to provide direction back through to staff as far as which are the priorities that need to come above that, what we're calling the red line. And the red line articulates where our capacity is, our existing capacity is fully allocated. And so essentially, we have to take some further lenses. We have to also complete the work of including our board directives and quantify those. And those are some work that's going to be happening before the round one budget. So essentially what has happened in the past is we have more projects that we have the ability to complete. Some projects have been on the books for a long time, and essentially there's a diminishing return on our ability to deliver on them. So we're trying to plan differently and really be strategic about the resources we are utilizing. So essentially now what we're trying to do is take our existing board directives, take everything and put a filter through our decision-making process. And that's how we have structured the agenda for today. So essentially, we're looking to take our existing staff workload, prioritize projects, and to be able to effectively and efficiently deliver on those. So the draft corporate work plan and existing projects, essentially there's a roadmap here of the steps that we need to take. And these have been outlined in my staff report today, which outlines the various steps that we need to take. And there's various backlog that needs to be identified and how we're going to categorize those. And again, we need to understand the items or projects that are below the line. Do we no longer work on them? Or is there a different way that we need to focus departmental work plans? Because sometimes we have some staff that aren't necessarily working on things like the OCP projects or things like water projects through our community services, for example. So today we have classified our projects, so your large worksheets that you have in front of you, and this is a little bit different than what we've done in the past, where we have compiled all the past carry-forward projects, and we have then lumped in the new projects. But now what we're trying to do is be very deliberate about the decision-making for each of these different categories. So we have our mandatories, which has been a classification that we've used in the past, and just to re-articulate what that means is our projects where they have to be completed. We have some type of regulatory order or need to complete them. So there really is a very slim decision as far as what the implications, of course, understanding that the board decides on risk levels. So if the board so wishes to see more detail in the round one budget on some of these mandatories, you most certainly can provide direction back to staff to provide more detail. We've also categorized strategic, or items that are directly related to board strategic focus areas, board lenses, or past board directives. So we have several directives where the board has directed staff to come back with options, say for projects, and so those have been put on the list accordingly. And then we have discretionary projects that don't meet the above criteria. They don't move strategic initiatives, but there may be other rationale or service level implications to doing them. But those, again, are decisions that we're going to need to make as far as aligning our resources as well. So the decisions for today is we have given some suggestions that the mandatory projects in attachment A just be approved and incorporated unless the board wants to see some further information coming through. We have our base budget and strategic plan. Those are attachments B and C, and staff are making a recommendation that those proposals come forward as part of the round one budget deliberations. Attachments D through F, staff are seeking direction. And again, being very mindful that we already know that we have limited capacity. So if there is some decisions or more direction, staff also need to understand or provide some options back to the board of how we can actually facilitate some of those projects and the backlog that we have on the books. And that might include additional staffing, it might include additional consultancy work, or a blend of. And most certainly that's not an exhaustive list, but also part of that discussion may include dropping off projects we have on the books right now. And so those are the decisions that we need to work through between now, round one, and I think throughout the whole entire budgeting process. So we provided a preliminary tax impact, but there are several caveats to providing such preliminary information. Essentially, there's a lot of moving parts, like I've mentioned before, and essentially we don't have any of the assessment classification impacts, and that does impact regional districts. So most of that will be reflected as we receive the information. Probably after round one, it says round one here, but we'll probably just have the non-market values at that point, which is essentially the impacts related to growth, and so we don't receive those until the month of November. So preliminary what-if taxation, and this is something that we provided in the past, and there's several different lines than what has been provided in prior iterations of this particular tool. And essentially, our baseline taxation for right now going into budget is less than 2% taxation increase over the prior years. I showed the prior slides just about where we've increased taxation over the years, because I think even though we're seeing a small increase, we recognize that we've raised taxes in double digits in some areas. And so what we're hearing from our constituency, definitely from the frontline staff, is, people are feeling the affordability of this is not sustainable. So we also have that in mind as we continue to plan. So we do have our community partners, and we've segregated our mandatory and strategic plan items and those for discretionary and not recommended. This this illustration essentially shows if we approved everything, this is what the financial implication. But what's important to understand is, regardless of the financial implication, we recognize that our ability to deliver on those, we are not able to. So it's not just the financial, it's how we actually can deliver on those particular items. So I've also provided a preliminary what if for our staffing based on what the existing staffing is for right now. And so there is proposals here to add essentially 5.24 additional staff into 2025, but that could change based on further direction that the staff or that the board provides us. And that is back to if the board wants some options as to how we can deliver on more projects, this item would likely increase. So we also are undertaking what our 2025 budget communication plan looks like for this year. We typically go out for community sessions, but we may choose some new design, and that is, having presentations for our elected officials to go out to their community groups, which I think some of you have already started on. And so building some tools so we can ensure that we have information out to our community groups. We also have our utility rates session that is going to be happening, our rates and services, on November 21st. So there's another special finance committee. And so it doesn't just include our utility rates. We're going to be doing more of a holistic review of all our fees and charges and making sure that we're keeping pace with our rates. So we do anticipate there'll be a few other services presenting there. So we want to make sure that there's communication out to various users or folks that are impacted on that type of information. So just as far as next steps, mentioned the CRD utility rates and fee reviews on November 21st. We have our public presentations with the dates to be presented or to be determined on when we're going to be presenting that information. Our round 1 budget deliberations are scheduled for November 25th and 26th. Round 2 is mid-January, with our financial plan bylaw adoption scheduled for mid-February. And this is really a trend for local governments to try to complete financial planning as quickly as possible as far as to the year end, because our year ends are aligned with a fiscal January. And so we want to make sure that we're ensuring we have as much time to deliver on some of the projects as soon as possible. So we're 1 month, I think, ahead, or actually 2 weeks ahead of where we were last year. I'll stop sharing now, Chair, and take any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Directors, do you have any questions about the presentation? Director Bax.
Yeah, I do have a question about the timing of the process, and that there are a number of emerging issues that we do have to wait on both the federal government and the provincial government to finalize. And is that going to be an issue? Are we transit and there's other budgetary items that are coming from the provincial budget that we don't see until when does the provincial budget come out? Yeah, and so this is going to affect our financial picture as well, is it not?
I think the only thing that's actually going to impact us is probably transit, but I'll turn it over to the CAO.
We've been faced with this before. I think they're not significant, or we don't anticipate they're significant. I think that we understand that there's always going to be some emerging issues, and I think that's where we see us addressing those outside of the budgeting process.
Thank you. We can always amend our financial plans if things don't break the way that we've expected them to. Director McMahon?
Yes, I would really appreciate a PDF of the CFO's presentation because there's a lot of great material in there and I need to digest it. Thanks.
Thank you. Most of that information is in the, through the agenda, but you're right, not all of it. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. Just thinking back of last year, the staff presentations on Zoom were not well attended. Does staff have a strategy this year to get a little bit more public interest or participation in the process?
What a great question. CAO?
That is a very good question. I think we have pondered the same. So I think that's where we are looking to leverage the relationships that the directors have with their various community associations and prepare presentations for directors to be able to go out to their various community groups and offer up some information. Staff can support if there is, capacity, willing. So I think that we have done that in the past and it worked really well. So that is one of the areas, is go to various focus groups. Just having a Zoom session, we've tried in-person sessions in the past, and I think we just have to engage people on what they want to hear as well. So sometimes community groups or various groups want to hear on specific topics. So if I may use an example over the weekend, we have an emerging item through New Brighton Dock. And so when you speak of an emerging item, you can weave in some aspects of how it fits within the overall budget. Those are typically the most effective ways to engage community people on, or community groups on our budgeting process. I find when you mention budget, it's an abstract concept, and so bringing it to be tangible. Also looking at various tools, so whether there's something over the weekend, I was just sent some information, like it was a very innovative suggestion about bringing the various local governments together, so exploring those type of options as well as to how we can do things differently to engage people. Also community surveys we've done in the past, and so I feel we're starting to reach a point that might be an area we want to focus in, maybe not for this year, but for next year, because we have a lot of very tough challenges from a service level perspective that we need to bridge with our community.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yep. Two things. I thought I might as well jump right in about the what if scenarios on page 6. 11% is too much. And I'm looking for a lower tax increase this year than has been in previous years. We did a lot of big tax increases ever since I was elected in 2018. And it was, in my view, unavoidable because we had to do a lot of catching up. But I think we've gotten to the point now where we kind of have to slam on the brakes and ask ourselves how much we can really do. And it's a difficult conversation. I'm still trying to get my head around the scope of different things because a number of these mandatory projects are big ticket items and things that we might consider cutting that are somewhat outside of our mandate are relatively small ticket items. So it becomes really hard because you do not want to cut all the frills that are actually things that are really important to the community. So at the same time, we got to fix the pipes. So it's going to be a really, I think, difficult discussion this year. And I really would like to see, too, if there is any place in our existing services that we can cut or trim. Obviously not transit. That one's a really simple and straightforward one, but I wonder about some of the other services. Thanks.
Thank you, Director McMahon. Any other comments from directors? Director Lee?
Just for clarity on that chart you showed about the percent increase, you mentioned something about maybe it would be less because we couldn't do all the projects because of staff capacity. Did I hear that right?
I think what I was trying to say was, even though the percentages look below what they have been in the past, there has to be some acknowledgement that if we don't have capacity to do all the projects that are in front of you on the proposed initiative right now. So although you would approve them, we would still have to come back as far as how to actually achieve them or by when they could be achieved by. Because we already acknowledge that we have many projects that have already been approved that we don't have capacity to complete. So that has been our trend in the past, is that we have focused on a financial impact versus a capacity and resource implication. So that's how we're approaching this, is in addition to the financial implication, we have to understand our resource allocation and how we're actually going to deploy our resources to it and whether or not we can actually achieve them if they're approved.
Follow up, Director Lee?
So that, I think it was 11% for Area A. That includes projects, Area A projects above and below the line then in that 11%? The answer is no.
These are all strictly new projects. Projects that are on the prioritization worksheet in front of you are projects that were already approved or directives that were previously. So the financial impact related to those particular projects are already built into there. The only caveat to that would be staffing that is paid for in the next year that needs to work on those. Those are kind of built in. We haven't quite articulated that one yet, but essentially these are new dollars, and it doesn't mean you're building more horsepower in what the existing. You're actually making the problem worse unless we tackle it with either adding more staff resources or consultancy, which means these values will change because we'll have to bring new proposals forward. And essentially, we already know there are several, I think there's about 100 projects below the line right now. And we haven't done the analysis of how we can achieve that yet. So it's hard to give you an answer right now without completing that work.
Yeah, I think just to clarify, like we're talking about the chart on page 6 that shows the taxation impacts, right? For Area A, that's 11.33%. And when we get to item 4.3 in our agenda, each of the attachments that are color-coded are basically corresponding to lines within this table, right? So you've got the mandatory regulatory and mandatory asset failure. You've got strategic, you've got discretionary, you've got not recommended. So those will be based on the attachments that are in 5.3 that we also have the enlarged handout for. Director Bax? She has. Yep.
Yeah, I understand that the chart on page 6 below the taxation what if is also shows the FTEs at 3.81, and you mentioned that you're talking about a 5.24 FTE increase, and I do understand that this is all going to it's all going to shake out how we decide what goes above and below the red line. I do have a good list of items I'd like to discuss about deferring when we get to it, but I just wanted to know where the 5.25 FTE increase came from.
Those are based on what's articulated in the proposed initiatives, and those are decisions to be made. So it's a what-if scenario, meaning those are essentially an illustration of if all the approvals were completed. So in your list of proposed initiatives, there's some staff resourcing that accompanies some of the projects, and so those have been quantified.
So in the attachments that fall under 4.3, the very right-hand column is the FTE component. So you can literally add them all up on all of the pages, and you should get to that number that's reflected in the chart on page 6. Director Gabius.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarification. So the red line document that we now have, the work plan, this is, to me, looks kind of like the new version of our carry forwards. Am I correct? It's like all the projects that we already have on the books.
It's going to be more than just the carry forwards, because it's also going to include like board directives that are resulting in work that needs to be done and things like that, right? Whereas the carry forwards typically have just been project lists, I believe, but I'll go to the CAO through that computer.
Well, I think we can acknowledge that we have various different types of reporting, and they're not all the same. And so I think what we're also trying to do is bring a consistent tool forward based on that helps the board understand their governance role versus, you know, getting into sundries type of purchases, even though they're interesting. Whether or not they move your strategic plan, we're not quite sure. So that's part of the discussion, is what is going to be the reporting tool. It would be this focuses on extraordinary projects, projects that require more resources. So we did take out those type of operational purchases of, say, vehicles are not listed on here. So it's different than the budget project status report and different than the carry forward. The carry forward list that you typically do is actually talking about just dollars and moving dollars into the financial plan. And then we have service plans, which then integrate operational projects. So again, we're also trying to work on what is the reporting tool, what's useful for the board and the public as far as what type of work we're doing and what's useful for the board.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions overall before we start getting into it? Director Lee.
Got my pen out here. I should have had it out earlier. So then I look at the 11.33 in area A, and if I take off the 4.71 and I agree with the not recommended, we're not going to work on them, I get 6 point something. Was that a correct math?
Sounds correct at first glance. However, that doesn't include any decisions that still need to be made to the end of the year on upcoming things like contracts. So there's going to be a few items in the last couple months of the year that haven't been reflected in the baseline line item. So the general math is correct. There are some nuances that still need to be worked into that number. All right. I don't see any other hands up for general questions. Director Bax.
Yeah, I haven't done the math on this one, but there's the last line on the chart, the what-if chart. So it says the not recommendeds, so they're included in that final number. Is that so? So if we were to not approve them, then that the taxation would be reduced by that number there. Is that correct?
That's correct. The not recommended is attachment F from item 4.3 in the agenda. So, correct. All right. Last chance, Director White or Director Stamford. Haven't heard from either of you? No? Okay, so thank you for the presentation, for the high-level overview. We're going to move into the specific reports themselves. So with regards to item 4.1, I think the CAO CFO captured everything within the presentation. Was there anything that you wanted to add before we go into questions on this specific report?
No, Chair, just if there's any questions, happy to take them. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, directors, any specific questions about this specific report? Director McMahon?
Okay, so this report, which includes our wonderful new spreadsheet attachment A. I like this spreadsheet, by the way. I find it a lot easier to manage than the BPSR.
Sorry, Director McMahon.
Sorry, am I on the wrong page?
4.1 is just the 2025-2029 financial plan outlook. So
Okay.
the spreadsheet is part of 4.2. My apologies, I'm trying
done.
to manage a lot of paper here too, and I get it. It gets away from us. Okay, nothing on that one then, for you? All right. Directors, any other questions in the financial plan outlook? Director Lee?
I'm looking at page 5 of 56. It looks to me like with the projects or the staffing that wasn't filled, and with the additional that we're proposing, we're looking at an actual staff increase of 18.64 for feet on the ground. Is that correct?
Sorry, Director Lee, where were you looking?
Bottom of page 5.
Okay, so we added 14.83 from 2023 to 2024 with 3.81 prorated from 2024. So I think the question is, what is the actual increase relating to this for 2025, which I think is the 3.81? Is the increase due to prorating positions that were previously approved?
Let me read this again. Okay, got it wrong. 14.83 have been added by the end of 2024.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Although, since you've asked the question about FTEs and you mentioned vacancies, I did have a question for, I guess, perhaps HR, about how we're doing with regards to vacancies in the organization, just overall.
Thank you for the question. We currently have 21 unfilled roles. 11 of those are temporary or casual. And they're all at various stages of completion. So most are in the process of being filled, and/or offer letters are out, and/or start dates are upcoming. So there's about 4 or 5 where we're seemingly having a bit of trouble, which is common around local governments for certain types of positions, typically engineers and water, things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Directors, any other questions in 4.1? I received feedback last year that I moved too quickly through the agendas, so I'm just making sure that everybody has their opportunities to ask their questions. Yeah, I know, Director White, you think we should be done already, but we'll get there.
I want to
Yeah.
get the meat.
All right, so with that, we're going to move on to 4.2, which is the draft corporate work plan, existing projects, staff capacity, and prioritization. And this is where the spreadsheet that involves the red line comes into play. CAO, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, just wanted to ensure that it was understood that this is a draft, and it really has still quite a bit of work to do. We wanted to take the opportunity to introduce it as part of pre-budget to ensure that before we start making additional resourcing or financial implications, that we understood what our situational analysis was, not just financially, but from a resource perspective, and to also signal to the public that we're really, I think, doing the work that they really have been asking of us, which is measuring our staff resources to the projects we're putting forward. And those who did show up for various presentations, those were the types of questions that we were getting, where you continue to add things knowing that you aren't likely going to complete them in that fiscal year. So why are you putting them on? So those are the types of questions, and I think we wanted to illustrate that we heard them and we're taking that into consideration.
Thank you. And so if you're following along at home, the red line in the red line report is actually on page 14 of 56. And that sort of shows, staff capacity to actually work on projects, get things done. Generally speaking, things below the line are either on hold or deprioritized compared to what's above the line. Within our recommendations menu that was provided, we're not spending much time moving things around on this chart today. There's so much more to still get into this chart, and there's going to be additional work that has to be done specifically around prioritization of projects. But that being said, we do have the first of our sample recommendations from our menu, which does talk about if there are specific projects. I suppose this is projects that are below the line that directors would like to see brought forward options on how a project could actually get facilitated or get above the line. I think that's how I read that recommendation. So, Director Bax.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, having looked over this this document some length, I have come across. I understand that we do need to prioritize. There are certain items below the red line that really kind of stand out as things that we should get done in the next fiscal year. And that I've come up with a list of 11 items above the line that I believe can be deferred or deprioritized. If that's indeed a word. And I have 9 items below the red line that I think should come above and be completed. I know that there's quite a few number, I didn't look at anything that was over 50% complete. Those things are on their way, and I didn't look at anything that was a strategic priority according to our strategic plan. These are all items that fall outside of that criteria. And I was wondering how we can go forward. Would we be doing this line by line? I don't know. Do you have any recommendations on how we can attack these particular items? I know that the other directors probably have their own shopping list of items, and I was wondering how you'd like to go forward on this.
Okay. So as I said when I introduced this agenda item, the intention is not for us to spend the entire day prioritizing everything on here, because not everything is loaded in here yet. And so without additional items in here, we don't know, like there may be items that are above the red line that may actually fall below the red line as the rest of the workload gets actually into this. But CAO, I see your hand up.
Yeah, just to say, Chair, that we have some time reserved to do that work on November 7th. So that is when we plan to solicit that type of feedback. Thank you.
The question at this point is basically if there are specific projects, at least based on the sample recommendation I'm seeing here, is if there's specific projects that you don't think are going to make it above the red line during that prioritization process that we need to undertake, would be to ask staff to come back with options for how we might get a project above the red line outside of that prioritization exercise. Director McMahon.
Yes, I'm assuming that staff is still kind of going at this because the cumulative number of hours does not necessarily reflect the capacity of various departments. So there may be capacity in some departments to do some work, whereas other departments may be overloaded. come back to that in a minute. I just had a question about item 4, line 4 on page 10, which is the recreation programming review. Is that due soon, and will that have any impact on our potential decision-making going forward?
Good question. Who would like to take that? GM Gagnon?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So the programming review was a review of all of the programs that we operate in our rec services. We did some community engagement about what type of programs the community wants to see, and from that, we're developing policy for rec programs. We do expect to report back to the board before the end of this year to sort of wrap that up. I don't expect a financial implication from this review. It's really more setting out the guidelines and I guess, toolkit for our staff as we try to program our facilities to be as efficiently run, but also responsive to the community as possible. Thank you.
Follow-up, Director McMahon? Or another thing, yours is the only hand up.
Yeah,
so-
no, sure. I looked at a lot of these. Line item 6 says it's finished in 2024 Q2. Where would I go to find some more information on some of these? Because it just gives me a project heading, and in some cases I couldn't remember what the heck it was. So there's a line here that says implementation of the Sechelt Nation Foundation Agreement is the responsibility of GM Rosenboom. That seems like a lot of work for one person. So I was trying to remember what exactly that was. So is there a place I can simply go back to an agenda or a document somewhere where I can dig a little deeper?
CIO?
There's not one central repository because these have all come through various streams, through staff reports, through various budget proposal. So there isn't necessarily a document library to attach to this. That could be part of what we contemplate in the future as the tool evolves.
I suppose a lot of the projects you should still be able to tie back to the BPSR. Not everything is the problem that I think you're highlighting there.
And there isn't a single reference number that you can chase around, to say this is project number AB 72. So it does make it a little challenging, especially if we aren't careful to use the exact same project title every time it appears. I did have one more question. On line 53, the corporate fleet strategy, there's a couple of vehicle replacements flagged later on in the budget, and I was just wondering, I wanted to refresh my memory again on the corporate fleet strategy and what it hopes to achieve. Like, are we making the best usage of our vehicles? Should we be waiting for a fleet strategy before we commit to more vehicles?
Good question. GM Gagnon?
Thank you, Chair. What has been complicated, or what has been contemplated in 2025 are those vehicles that we need to move forward on and not wait on a corporate fleet strategy due to the age of the vehicle or the increasing cost of operating that vehicle. So we don't have a current policy right now on when we replace vehicles. That would be a great example of what we hope to come from the corporate fleet strategy. But we certainly looked at our fleet needs from a sort of a criticality perspective, knowing that we had a fleet strategy coming in 2025. So what's in the budget are those that are deemed to be critical replacements. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling with this in that I know the projects. I see the ones below the line that I think should be above the line. I see some above the line that I think are a lower priority than the ones below the line. I think we're going to do that later in November, though. So I'm wondering, these potential recommendations, the only reason I'd put any of them in is if I didn't know enough about the projects, I think. Or would I say that, yeah, I want these above the line, you figure out how to get them there? What's the plan here?
Thank you. I see the CAO has put her hand up.
I appreciate, Chair, this is a different way of thinking. And this is, we're not used to processing our decision-making this way. So it's going to take some time for us to, I think, navigate how we use the tool. And I think this is where we're going to have some trade-offs. As far as the recommendations go, I think what we're trying to tie in is you have some new decisions in front of you. You have some decisions you've already made, and we need to reconcile the two of them. And so in order to reconcile based on what's some of the things that are being surfaced, which is how can we do things that are below the line? How can we potentially assess in more detail what divisional work plans look like? All of that work still needs to be done, so we don't have all the answers today. As far as the recommendations on this particular topic right now, I think it's a little early to make those type of recommendations, but it's in contemplation to the work coming forward and new proposals. We're going to have to come back with some type of options for the board on how much more we can do or how we can match the existing work plan with resources. Because we already know that we're oversubscribed by a significant amount in most departments. So adding more items on that just further makes the divide. And so we have to either make some different decisions. Some can be made today, some will be made throughout the process. Some will be made in different venues like the November sort of workshop session. But again, it's just acknowledging that there's going to be some need for us to package some things differently.
Director Lee?
Okay.
I think for the moment, it's primarily for information, and the work of November 7th will, I think, inform a lot of how we move forward with items that are below the line or that remain below the line is the question, because, I think everybody has projects above the line that maybe they don't see or above, worthy of staying above the line. And we've got things that we expect will come off before the end of the year as well. And so we don't know what that is going to do for 2025 in terms of capacity to work on projects new and existing. So
If we, I tend to want to categorize the projects rather than just list priority from 1 to, let's say, 100. Because I tend to think of the water projects as our highest priority, our solid waste is the next, which we said. Mm-hmm. But I see water projects, I see very valuable below the line, and I see ones above the line that we didn't prioritize. So how do we get those straightened out? I don't know. I understand the challenge. I don't know the answers.
I think that's what we have to contemplate more extensively on November 7th when we do that prioritization work. And perhaps having this recommendation on here might be premature. Perhaps we should consider the report as, primarily just for information, just to introduce it, because the public hasn't had a chance to see this yet until today, until the agenda publication. And so I think, it is draft. There's more to come. There is stuff to come off of this. There's a lot more work to do. Director Stanford.
Thank you, Chair. A comment and hopefully an question that I can explain adequately. One of the other considerations that we're looking at is not on this chart and is where the funding is coming from. My decision is somewhat influenced by whether or not it's reserves, taxation, or grants. Those also have impacts on how I make my decisions. And secondly, is there a point where we're holding off on certain projects? I'm going to use the park erosion issues on Keats as an example, where we're actually no longer meeting our service level, and does that have an impact on our liability in that area? What is the impacts of continuing not to address certain aspects of our service level? I'm not sure if that's asking the question correctly, but there's a few projects that continue not to be prioritized, and they have potential safety issues associated with them. I'm just wondering how we accommodate those priorities in our thoughts and in our decision-making.
Thank you. CAO?
Thank you, Chair. So I appreciate that there's acknowledgement with all the question and line of questioning. There's a lot for us to continue to contemplate, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to answer those yet until we do some further work. If there are certain types of lenses, and some of those have been provided, and maybe I shouldn't use that word to confuse it with our strategic lenses, but essentially, if there's various considerations in reviewing and prioritizing, that'll be helpful in the various iterations, whereas if there's a risk management. I think what we're just trying to say is, at some point, we no longer have hours for staff to do it. And so that's why some things like that will impact service level, that have some risk implication, that have some implications to delivery on your strategic plan, all of those things are true. It's just how do we tackle that? And there is acknowledgement that we have too much on the go, probably more than any other local government. And so we just need to wrestle with that and navigate it in a thoughtful way, and perhaps identifying that something's not going to get done this year, it may get done in 2027, and we make a thoughtful decision about that.
Thank you. And it's worth pointing out that this chart, the way it was sorted initially for this was purely on percent complete, if I remember that conversation. So as was mentioned, there's a million different ways we could slice this chart based on priorities. So Director White.
So yeah, in the context of pre-budget today, I find this valuable to give us some context, and the decisions we make in pre-budget are going to make this this list even more complicated. So that's something we need to keep at the top of our minds, and challenging. And I am wondering, I mean, if we, and I understand the prioritization comes later, it's already scheduled very soon. I'm wondering if we do make some decisions today, like say I feel make an obvious decision that, I mean, maybe it won't be once we get to it, but if we say we're going ahead with all the mandatory projects, they're mandatory. We're convinced. Will those, how soon can those then appear on this list so that we can be able to prioritize it better? Can they be there by November 7th? Because if we're looking at a list that doesn't have all these mandatory projects we have to do, right, it's incomplete, and I mean it's not going to be very helpful.
Yes, we can add them. I think they wouldn't be formalized by the board because we don't do that, I think, until the second week of November. But for our ability to prioritize, I think, just understanding what we have. And again, we haven't put on those board directives as well. So, yeah, we could do that.
Okay. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm just going to identify two kind of challenges that I foresee. One, of course, is that just because a project requires 100 hours, moving it below the line doesn't mean that you have another 100 hours, because it might come from a different department. Like two 100-hour projects are not the same. Another issue I think we have is that some of these projects get deferred, and it seems like they get infinitely deferred. So we're getting to the point with some of them that we want to get them above the line just because it's been so long that these have been languishing. And I don't know if there's any way that we could start planning a little bit further ahead and say, this won't make it for 2024, but we want it above the line in 2025, but we want it above the line in 2026, just to give some certainty that we'll eventually get there. Because it really is frustrating, especially when we're looking at public-facing services that aren't getting done. Thanks.
Thank you. CAO, did you have something to add to that?
I just wanted to highlight that the benefit of this tool will be that we will be able to do that. We'll be able to start resource planning and see how far ahead we're planning based on the existing complement that we have, and see where it fits on the schedule. And so I think there's acknowledgement to that from a regional district perspective. There almost needs to be a version of this for a department, because again, we don't have the same, we don't have like a public work crew that works throughout our whole organization like a municipality. So we've acknowledged that with our consultants. And so those are the type of iterations that we might do, and that'll then come back to the board and we'll further refine the decision-making.
Thank you. Director Bax.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand that you want to keep things moving today, and you don't want to get bogged down in details about something that we're going to be attacking on November 7th. That said, I was wondering if it would be useful to staff, now that I've done some of the work, considering the priorities of whether projects long, whether projects strategic priority, et cetera, I do have a short list of a project I'd like to dig into, given, I wonder if it would be useful, staff, for me to give them, I could email staff a list of the projects I'd like to see deprioritized and prioritized,
I think that'd be,
as an opinion.
I think that'd be perfectly adequate for you to circulate that to the directors and to the CAO
Very good.
in advance of the meeting if you've done your homework early.
I have. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you. All right, any other questions about this report? And that's, yeah, okay. I don't see any other hands up for this one, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take just a brief recess. We'll come back at 10:45, and then we'll dig into the actual proposed projects. We'll get into the meat and potatoes of the day. All right, we'll see everybody in a few minutes. And welcome back to the Finance Committee meeting for October 28th. It's 10:51. We're a couple minutes now behind schedule, so hopefully we'll make up some time. We're moving on in our agenda to item 4.3, which is the 2025 proposed projects. And this is broken up into a number of color-coded attachments for us to work through. And so just before I start talking, I wonder if there's anything our CIO wants to add.
No, thank you, Chair. I think that's how we have broken up the agenda, is to deal with each attachment one by one and can take questions accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. And so attachment A, which is the mandatory items, we actually have recommendations here on page 18. If we agree, we can basically move all those recommendations to incorporate into the budget, and those items will not be seen again. When we get into the further attachments, there's more detail, but I want us to move through one attachment at a time. So for the moment, we're starting with the mandatory projects. Is there anything in mandatory projects that directors have additional questions or concerns or debate on? Director Bax.
Just a point of clarity on the item about the eye wash station at the Pender Harbor Aquatic. So there's a typo in the amount, and I was informed that it is $35,000. And I also received some clarity that it's more of an emergency shower than an eye wash station. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. Thank you for that catch, Director Bax. The typo that you're referring to is in the second to last recommendation on page 18. It says 35,00, so that should just read 35,000. You were correct. Director White.
Just procedurally here, I think I remember and understand here that, I mean, if something's included in round one budget, that means it's in the budget. It's not coming back to us in round one. It's integrated.
correct.
It's integrated, right?
It's integrated.
Yeah, that's the word that I usually remember. But good. I'll wait for more questions, and I'm totally supportive of the motion to get the mandatory ones out of the way.
Okay.
But I'll wait.
Sure. I've only got one other speaker, so Director McMahon.
No, most of them I'm fine with too. Maybe I'll take my question offline.
Okay, if it's just informational, great. If there's a chance that it could impact the way you vote on something, now is the time to ask it, though, because you won't see them again. Director Stamford.
So at the bottom of page 18, noxious weed removal from John Daly Park. Can we just clarify why that is mandatory?
Good question. GM Gagnon.
Yes, thank you to the chair. So noxious weeds are actually regulated through the BC Weed Control Act, and so we have a requirement to deal with them. Thank you.
So in this particular case, it's regulatory compliance, not asset failure or anything like that. Director McMahon, did you want to ask your question, or you? Okay. Director White?
I'll move the recommendations on page 18, and by that I mean 18 only.
Okay. And so that would be that the mandatory projects as follows be approved and included into the 2025 round one budget with the correction of that one typo on the eye wash station.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a seconder for that. Directors, is there any discussion or further debate on this motion? If not, I will call the question. Director White, I see your hand up. Is that remnant? Okay. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And that takes care of the mandatory regulatory compliance non-optional items. So when we move on to non-mandatory base budget increase requests, and I don't have attachment numbers on this, but attachments B and C, these are items that are going to come back to us at round one with budget proposals attached to them, so we'll see more details, unless there is anything that directors want to specifically remove from consideration. Director McMahon.
Yeah, so I'm working off half a dozen pages here, and we don't have line numbers, which is further confusing me, but it's the fifth item on page 25, which is the contact water pond. And it's just, I guess it's sort of a procedural question. When we approve a project, should not the ongoing maintenance for that be incorporated into the budget? Why are we now getting the maintenance associated with a project we already approved in the past?
Thank you for the question. Staff tried to assess the long-term maintenance requirement of any additional infrastructure or changes in infrastructure at the time of budget approval. In this case, they were not fully understood yet at the time, as well as we didn't know what the ministry was asking from us. So in this case, there are some from the ministry that were not anticipated by staff at the time of budget approval. Thank you.
Sorry, just straightening myself out here. Attachment B is green, is the one that's got the green stripe down the side of it. So, and then attachment C is the blue, the bright blue. Just for those that are following along or that are following along with paper that has inadequate labeling on it. Director White.
Yeah, this is to your discretion, Chair, or maybe other directors want to set some direction on this, but I'd like to suggest we look at attachment F next, just because these are kind of, we've actually got recommendations from staff on A and F, so I kind of look at all, like those as the low-hanging fruit here. This would be the not recommended, and we can make decisions on the not recommended, and then get into the harder ones that are in the middle ground.
Let's finish with B and C, because these are the ones that we're going to see at the next round unless we pull something. And then we'll go to F, and then we'll do D and E, because I think D and E are going to require a lot more conversation, because those are going to be excluded unless directors specifically ask to bring them back in. So Director Lee, because you haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 25, second from the bottom, and it's the solid waste operations maintenance base budget proposal. It's for one person into our budget. Does that mean if we say, yep, we approve this, we automatically get a one-person increase in our staff?
At this point, we're not looking to approve anything today out of attachment B or C unless we really, really want to. Otherwise, they will come back to us with more, I hate to use the word fulsome, but more fulsome budget proposals, more detailed budget proposals. But I think in terms of your question about the staffing, I believe the intention here is that if we were to accept this proposal and integrate it, it would include a 0.93 FTE budget lift or personnel lift. But we're not being asked to make that decision today unless you really, really desperately want to incorporate it. But I don't feel I have enough details today. So,
Okay,
and
that was my take as well, so I wanted to be sure what we were up to.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Bottom of page 26, Dakota Ridge. Over the years, there have been questions raised about things like the road, which has maintenance issues that are outside of our control, sort of. We don't, as far as I know, have a plan going forward for how long we can operate Dakota Ridge on the sort of budget we've been doing, or whether it is, if we are contemplating keeping it up for another 20 years, whether we would be looking at a very large investment. So I'm just wondering if we have any kind of plan or forecast for Dakota Ridge, or we're just continuing to throw money at it without knowing whether we can really keep going there.
And so just to clarify, this is the piston bully repair and equipment repair and maintenance base budget lift? Okay. Which is on page 3 of the printed pages and page 26 of the PDF.
Yep, bottom of page 26.
Got to manage 2 sets of page numbers here, so we'll work through it. But so Director McMahon, your question is basically about long-term contemplations at Dakota Ridge, or if any have been done, or if any are being contemplated at this time. Does anybody want to, GM Gagnon?
Thank you, Chair. Remember to turn on my camera this time. If the board wanted us to do a service review on Dakota Ridge, then they would need to bring that forward, and then that would be added to our work plan. Because at this point, we keep up with the service that we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do already have a couple of service reviews being proposed for 2025 that are in here. So the question is, how many do we want to try and take on in any one year? Did you have a follow-up, Director McMahon?
Sure, what are the consequences if we don't approve that budget request?
GM Gagnon?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. If we don't approve the budget proposal, then there is a chance that the asset will fail, and without that asset, we can't effectively groom, so it would impact the service. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax?
Thank you. I have a observation on Director McMahon's question, but does anyone within the volunteer organization of the Dakota Ridge have the capability or capacity to do some maintenance or repair work on this piece of equipment? That's the observation. But the question I have is on the bottom of page 25. There is an environmental monitoring of Seashell landfill in Pender Harbor. Now, I wonder what the ramifications of deferring that to 2026, removing it from this year's 2025 budget and planning for it to be taxed in 2026.
Okay, so you're wondering about the implications of deferring it to 2026. GM Rosenboom?
Thank you for the question, Chair. We would be out of compliance with our permit requirements for the landfill.
Follow up. So why is it not mandatory then?
Good question.
Thank you, Chair. This was one of the files, one of the items where we're like, what is it? Is it mandatory or is it is not? So these new requirements are coming into effect. They came into effect very recently, so we have to comply them within a reasonable time frame. And it's more the question, do we do it next year or do we do it the year after? Staff feels that staff understands from a conversation with the province, that's their expectation that we implement these new requirements as soon as possible. Hence, we propose it to be initiated in 2025.
Thank you. So there have been a number of projects in the past that we've seen that are regulatory compliance related, and they're outside of the staff's ability to defer, let's say, because there is a risk to the organization if we don't approve it this year. And so that risk is beyond staff's ability to manage. That would be a board decision if we did want to accept that risk for 1 year. I guess my question for you, Director Bax, would be that if we did defer it to 2026, would you see any benefit? Like, it's not going to get cheaper in 2026. It's still something that we're going to have to do. So from that perspective, I'm curious about your thoughts. But I'll go to the CAO.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I appreciate that at this point there is a summary of the detail of the project. And at this point, debating the merit and the details would come as part of the budget proposal. So a lot of the questions that are being asked would be articulated in the budget proposal. I think the question for today is, from a high level, are these types of things that you want to delve deeper into as part of the budget process? So some of these questions that are being asked, you don't see it here, but would be contemplated in the budget proposal.
Yeah, so I guess the question is there additional information that we would, what particular information might you need to help you make a decision that you don't think is going to come forward necessarily as part of the budget proposal on its own? Director Bax.
Yeah, I think some of the I think it's good to give staff a heads up on this particular item and some of the other ones that we've brought forward so that they can give us some more in-depth information as to what the implications of the decision-making is. And so I guess that's the whole nature of this process, right?
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Bax. Director Lee, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on page 27, and it's just looking for a little clarity. It looks like we're establishing a base minor capital budget. I don't understand what that is because we have an expense budget and a
Can
capital.
you read the name of the project so the rest of us can find it?
There's a bunch of them, but it starts with North Pender Minor Capital. Yeah.
So that's on the top of page 4, if you're following along on the paper. Page 27. Sorry, Director Lee, go ahead.
Oh, you're
I
talking
just
about
wanted
the
to,
spreadsheet?
I needed to get to the same page that you were on to understand the
okay.
question you were asking.
I'm trying to figure out what a base minor capital budget is, because generally a base budget is an expense budget and a capital budget's a capital budget. And we have reserves for both under those services, so I'm trying to figure out what a minor capital budget item is.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Within the regional water service, we have in our base budget a portion allocated for what we call minor capital repairs, which allows us to repair a pump, replace a small pump that is required, that is failing. These are small capital items in the magnitude of $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, but combined, it can be $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. If we instead of this, and these would then be funded from capital reserves. So in this case, if we don't, if the board decides to not put forward these advance these budget proposals, we would have to bring to round one several other budget proposals for small items that need to be repaired in North South Pender for the upcoming year.
So this is a funding envelope for
Yeah, this is a funding envelope for minor capital repairs.
Director Lee.
So you'd be earmarking part of the capital reserves for minor capital, so you don't have to cut a project to do it.
And we don't have to get board approval for every several $1,000 pump replacement. So it's primarily intended to reduce the administrative burden.
Excellent idea. Thank you.
Thank you. CAO.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to highlight that for our utility services, North, South, and Regional, that we brought forward a draft capital plan, and that has not, work has not been completed on that. So again, these are to acknowledge that we do have various things that arise, and we need to match the needs with the budget. We're not there yet. That is work that needs to be done next year to bring forward what the plan is, like we are doing later in the agenda today. So again, this is sort of an interim step, like we did for the parks, is to put an allotment in there and continue to progress with the plan. So What we'll also need to do is, there has been some past practice with utility services where, certain types of pooled and reactionary repairs. And so what we're trying to do too is ensure that we have a plan going forward for those.
Thank you. Director Lee, I see your hand up again.
Yeah, I just wanted to ensure that we're not talking about increased taxation. We're just talking about earmarking some of those dollars for a different purpose, which I'm comfortable with.
Chair, it would actually impact likely the parcel tax. And so these will be contemplated as part of the fee reviews for November 21st. And so, again, we don't have a clear pathway to the funding plan, to the operational needs. And that's what I was speaking of earlier, is that we still need to progress with that. So we have a long view as to what we're doing, especially as we contemplate our new rate structure with volumetric billing in alignment with the capital needs.
Thank you. This is interesting because when we are normally looking at projects related to the water system, and it's been my gripe every other year, is that we usually set the rates first, and then we see the projects after. And well, we've already set the rates, so let's go with the projects. We're actually getting an opportunity here to see some of the, peek behind the curtain on some of these projects before we actually talk rates, which I think is really important because it's not a place we've really been able to get to in previous years. Director Lee, any further on this one, or?
I think I understand now. That was good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so I guess just to tag on to that, I guess my question will be, like, we can see here that it's, North Pender, $30,000 from the parcel tax. When we do see the rates in November, are we going to be able to directly link the rates if we approve this, if we don't approve this? And I'm seeing a head nod over there. So we will see some options on November 21st if we do approve this, if we don't approve this. What the impact of the rates will be. Yeah, thank you. Okay, any other hands up from directors on the green or bright blue spreadsheets, which is the non-mandatory base budget increase requests and the non-mandatory strategic plan related? So again, these we have in our menu sheet a recommendation here that would say I suppose if directors wanted to go that way, that the non-mandatory base budget increase requests and non-mandatory strategic plan related projects be brought forward to the 2025 round one budget as budget proposals.
Sure, I'll move that.
Thank you, Director McMahon. And Director Lee, did I see you second it?
Yes, and I have a question.
Go ahead.
Recreational budget FT alignment for joint use staffing, and Area A wasn't included in it. Do we have a way of billing for joint use for our rec facilities as opposed for our other facilities? Is that what I'm seeing here?
So that's on page 5 of the green spreadsheet, or
28.
or 28 of the PDF file.
Thank you, Chair. So we do reallocate, but we'll have to maybe get back as part of round one as to the intricacies related to Pender Harbor. I know we do repatriate some cost associated if there are some joint use affiliated expenses. I don't know how significant they are. We'd have to come back to staff and provide the board with more detail.
Okay, thank you. Director Lee, is that satisfactory for today?
Oh, yes, that's good.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any other debate or questions or discussion on the motion that is currently on the floor, which would to take all the projects that are listed in here and set them aside until round one when we see more information on all of them? I will call the question then. All those in favor? And any opposed? Motion's carried. Okay. So Director White suggested that we actually go to the not recommended list next, because it probably has less discussion, debate. And so I think we will do that. That is page... Attachment F is on page 42 of the digital document. And it's the spreadsheet, the printed spreadsheet that has half of them in light blue and half of them with no color at all. So it says not recommended for 2025. Directors, if we pass we will not see these at round 1 or round 2 unless you specifically make a request to see more information at round 1. Just trying to find my, yeah. We do have in our menu sheet, we do have recommendations related to this on the back of page 1, which is optional recommendations for 4 in brackets. So you can defer the entire block, you can defer, abandon specific proposals, or you can ask for specific proposals to be brought forward. And I see a nice big speakers list here. So Director Lee.
It's a question. I'm hoping we can find a way to go forward for both Catherine Lake and Dan Bosch Park at a reduced scope without doing a whole plan, parks plan, which could take years. If we say not recommended, is that the end of the project, or is there, if we can figure out a way to go forward without a parks plan, is there a way to do the project in 2025?
You
So-
could, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, Director Lee.
Oh, okay. So should I be asking for it to be brought forward to round 2 for more information or some alternatives to this, or what would be the recommendation on that? Just for everybody's memory, this started out as a community-led project, and we couldn't get approval for the community to go ahead. And I'm hoping to find a way that we can get the approval for the community to go ahead. But you would still need a little bit of staff time, even if the community led the project.
Just before I go to staff, I will suggest, Director Lee, there is also the option, you could defer this to 2026 pending exploration of alternative delivery models. But with that, I'll turn to the CAO.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just going to maybe mention, since we jumped to F as far as process perspective and tying back to some of the recommendations. And again, the recommendations contemplating if any of the not recommended or the ones that I think are requiring more resources, that we come back with options as part of between round 1 and 2. And that's because we want to integrate what has already been approved, and we'd have to bring forward some plans or options as far as how we could accommodate it, or how we may not be able to accommodate it within or by when. So I think that's why we also have the recommendation that in round 2 we provide that, because we need to see what is included, because we, even at round 1, may not, especially they're not recommended, be able to provide a clear picture of what some options would be.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move through the rest of the speakers list for the moment. Director Lee, we can come back to you. Director Stanford?
I'm still trying to find the right motion for this, but I would like to consider bringing back West Beach Park erosion mitigation planning to round, is it round 1, round 2?
So if you look at the very bottom of the second page of recommendations, it says optional recommendations for 4, for bracket 4. This, and everything in not recommended for 2025 is attachment 4. And so you've really got A or B or C, or you could craft something on the fly if you really want to. But the whole point of the menu is that we don't have to try and craft things on the fly.
Okay, I'm going to try this. I move that the West Beach Park erosion mitigation planning be brought forward to round 2 budget deliberations with options on how to facilitate the inclusion into the 2025 budget.
And I've got a seconder for that, thank you. Just from a process perspective, if we've pulled a particular project for consideration, that means that the voting reverts to the service participants? Thank you. I saw a head nod there, so thank you. So this will be A, B, D, E, and F voting only. Directors, just physical hands up for me. Anybody that wants to talk to this motion? Director McMahon?
I'm just wondering whether we should, if there's more than one that needs to be pulled back, if we should do it as one omnibus motion, or do you want to do it one motion at a
I
time?
mean, there's only a dozen items on here, so I think
Okay.
we'll just deal with them one at a time. Director Lee?
I was thinking, maybe we want to do that for the whole works of them.
Yeah, the directors, yeah, I mean, this is the whole point of the corporate work plan, is that we're gonna have to find other projects to bump if you want to bring all of them forward.
Yes.
But, yeah, so at the moment, it's to see more details at round 2, admittedly. Director Stamford?
That's exactly why I want to look at it. I just need to know the details as to why it's not being recommended, what the complications are, things like that. So that's why I'd like to bring it forward.
Thank you. GM Gagnon?
Thank you, Chair. I just thought maybe I would add some context to Schedule F. So because most of them are related to community services and in fact, I believe parks specifically. So when staff reviewed what we currently have as open projects that still need to be completed, and then we looked at our capacity, both for extraordinary projects and operating. We also developed a bit of a priority matrix where we looked at each project in terms of risk and the complexity of it, et cetera. And at the end of the day, we came forward and basically said, these are all the projects that we would like to see progress at some point, but with our current resources, we are not able to move these projects forward, and so that is why they're recommended to be deferred. They're not recommended for this year. It's not that they're not important projects. We are unable to actually complete those within our current resources. So if contemplation of bringing them back in round 2, I just want to be upfront and say that may include then the contemplation of additional resources as part of an option on how this can come forward. But that is why they're here. We just looked at what do we have on our books right now in terms of uncompleted projects and what do we have the capacity to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Directors, any other discussion on this particular motion? Director White?
I don't get a vote on this. I'm concerned this is a slippery slope because I'm already hearing that other directors want to just put everything that's actually not recommended by our staff after we've done a corporate work plan that says we're overloaded, and we've been telling our staff we're overloaded and we need to start planning things out over a long period of time. And here they're faithfully hearing us and giving it and considered this deeply, and they're coming back to us saying, these are still priorities. We can't do them this year. And I think we should honor and respect that because we gave the direction in the first place. We're overloaded with too many projects. We all know this. The public knows it. So I would really like to see the board be consistent in the direction we've set and defer all these projects to 2026, and it's not a long time away. we know, that honestly, the option here is they're probably going to be they're going to stay there at the bottom of our corporate work plan list. If we do go ahead and approve these, let's stop increasing that list every year. That's what we're trying to do here. That's what we've recognized that as a problem. You know, we do have to increase it somewhat, but we overloading it every year. Let's stop, okay?
Thank you, Director White. Director Lee.
I will have to point out that everything below the red line that exists right now are in the exact same category as these projects. They're there because there's not enough staff. We have to contemplate them in November. We're now saying we're contemplating projects below the line right now. If that's the case, let's go back to the other one and start looking at them too. I think that we need more information on all of the projects below the line and make our decision on all the projects below the line. I don't know how these would be different than those other ones on that list, except, well, I was going to say they're not started, but that's not true. Baker Beach, over 6 years old. It's halfway through. We've had the archaeological study. We're just, why is it any different than any of the other projects? Matter of fact, it's probably further along than some of those other projects. I'd like to be consistent, is why I'm suggesting we do this. But I'll go with the board.
Thank you, Director Lee. Any other directors want to speak to the motion on the floor? Director Stanford.
I think we've mentioned some similar concerns. This is part of the process. This is what we've been asked to do, and I've been asked to pull what I'm uncomfortable with not recommending. This is, again, one of those projects. Not that it's more or less important in the greater scheme of things, but this particular access to this beach, it's the most used beach on Keats by multiples. They're having difficulty accessing this beach at all. It has erosion danger issues that the community is concerned about. I want to know more about why it's not being recommended so that I can make a better decision on behalf of my community. So that's the reason I'm asking for it to come forward.
Thank you. Director Inkster.
Yeah, just clarification as you move forward, Chair, what the motion is exactly to be read back and who votes on it. Thank you.
So that would be that the West Beach Park Erosion Mitigation Planning Project be brought forward to round 2 budget deliberations with options on how to facilitate inclusion into the 2025 budget. And voting is Park Service, so that's A, B, D, E, and F. Yeah, any other discussion on the motion? If you're looking at the back of page 1 of the menu, it's the bottom recommendation, C. All right. Any other debate, discussion? I will call the question then. A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And those opposed? Director Bax is opposed. The motion's carried. We're going to be recording all the no votes unless otherwise specified. I'm getting a concerned look from the corporate officer. Is everything okay over there?
Chair, just want to be sure that the voting is clear, that while we're at committee, it's dictated by the procedure bylaw, which is the participants in the service. And when this recommendation comes forward at board, the voting could be for the entire board. It will change.
Thank you. Okay, returning to my speakers list, Director Gabius.
Thank you, Chair. Just the Minty Road beach access. I'd like to have a better understanding of what the impacts of deferring the project is. I'm not quite sure where it's at right now and what the impacts will be. It's a pretty popular beach access, and I just want to know what I'm going to tell my community when, when they learn.
Okay, thank you. Did CAO or GM Gagnon want to speak to the impacts of deferring the Minty Road beach access a year?
Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned in my little context, we reviewed things like risk, implications, complexity, and with that little matrix that we did in terms of evaluation, this is why they're not recommended. So there is a temporary trail in place. This would be to fix the permanent trail access. So in terms of risk, we don't see a major risk in deferring. It's, again, it's just something that people would like to see a service level returned eventually, and we acknowledge that, but we're suggesting it could wait. Thank you.
Follow-up, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want some clarification from staff. Thank you very much for this explanation. And so the temporary trail seems to be working for my community. I haven't heard any complaints about that. They're pretty happy about it. So would the project listed here, would it be to build new stairs?
I think I heard it was to sort of reactivate the permanent access, but GM Gagnon?
Thank you. We do need to go through the formal process. We are on Modi right-of-way, so I believe that we have to get our permits in place, and then we would need to make the access permanent, whether that would be through new stairs or what have you, but we don't have complaints about the temporary access, but it is temporary in nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm on with the Chester Park and Ocean Beach Esplanade sustainability planning. I completely understand why this didn't make the cut this year. I have a series of concerns, however. One is that we have a lot of very public-facing projects, mostly to do with parks, that keep sliding. And it's creating a real problem with the public, who are very frustrated and who see this all the time as things we're not getting done, in what they would view as we're not doing our repairs on our existing infrastructure. So it's a service problem. The next issue I have is that in some cases where there's erosion going on, if we leave this long enough, there won't be anything left to plan about, because the erosion around Chester Park is quite severe and it's worsening. And then the third concern I have is that have we moved, like, I'm looking for options here other than us doing it. Have we moved far enough along with it that we might be able to apply for grant funding? So are there some of these projects that we could get far enough down the road that they're, shovel ready or close to shovel ready, so that if an opportunity arises, we can jump on it?
CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So I realize we've jumped ahead a little bit and gone right to attachment F. On page 32 is a project that was deferred from last year, which is our park service review. I think that part of the concept of all the things we're articulating, part of the reasons why some of these are deferred, is grappling with the concept of our parks service. What service level we're going to be delivering them, understanding the inventory of assets that we have, including the various pieces of land, to the standard of which we want to operate them. Those are all decisions we need to contemplate, including our staffing complement, and we don't have a good handle on that. We are undergoing that type of work, and so again, that's one of the key elements in conjunction with these deferred projects. How do we maintain beach accesses? Are we going to continue to maintain the number that we have? Those are all things that we need. And that's what's difficult with making these isolated decisions without having that overarching understanding.
Follow-up, go ahead.
So I totally understand that. It makes sense. But we do need to figure out how to manage public expectations, because there is a lot of frustration in the community. So we need to have a way to communicate that we are aware of the issue and that we are taking steps towards some long-term solutions.
Thank you. And it's certainly not a SCRD unique problem. I don't know how the town of Gibson's manages its trail accesses and beach accesses, but it's something we struggle with in Seashell too, trying to keep up with the sheer number of them that we've committed to the community that we're going to maintain. And everybody wants accesses everywhere, but nobody recognizes what it takes to keep them all going and safe. Director White, I see your hand up.
Yeah, so how we manage it in the town of Gibson's is, I mean, we've got these projects have, especially when erosion is involved, like severely rising costs, and especially because of those financial pressures, we basically have to focus on one at a time. Like it's not, it's just scheduled over time. And an asset management plan, especially regarding natural assets. We've got a restoration project for our our foreshore that's kind of been on the books for quite some time. We actually even have a grant for between Armours Beach and the Grandma's Pub area, that area, and it's just waiting. It can't all be done at once. So that's just the way we're approaching things in Gibson's. And in the meantime, I think Director McMahon's right. It's a communications exercise. Expectations do need to be managed, and I find people are reasonably satisfied knowing that something's coming. And under their understanding of the financial pressures we're under, and that can't do everything at once. I also recognize what the CAO said about the parks review, really in one of the other budget sections, really needing to be done before a lot of these projects can be fully scoped out. And I would like to make a motion to defer all the remaining projects on this list, Appendix F, to 2026.
Thank you, Director White, and thank you, Director Stanford, for seconding. Discussion on the motion. Director Lee.
The person making the motion is not in most of the services that are listed here.
That is true, but I'm in one.
Yep.
Actually, two of them, but
I think that would be appropriate for those two, perhaps.
I guess, yeah, I'll ask the corporate officer from a process perspective. Because we've been approaching the other attachments as sort of everybody votes unless something's pulled.
Yep.
Corporate officer?
So yes, to confirm, when we're moving in a block, for simplicity's sake, we decided that it would be the corporate vote, all directors, one vote each. If they're pulled individually, then it's the participants only. In that case, the member can participate in the debate but cannot move the motion. But they would each have to be pulled individually for that rule to apply.
So Director White moving the block in this case is in order.
Correct.
Thank you. Director McMahon, oh, sorry, Director Lee, follow up?
When do we get the option to pull the items individually?
Let's take a 5-minute break. I'm going to go over there and discuss with staff the rabbit hole we just stepped into.
Okay, thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Finance Committee of October 28th. We have a motion on the floor to defer all of the not recommended projects to 2025, except for the one that we've already dealt with. I believe Director Lee has an amendment to the motion.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment that we pull the Parks Management Plan for Catherine Lake and Dan Bosch, Baker Beach Phase 2 improvements, and the placeholder for Pender Harbor Living Heritage Society Community Benefit Grant.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment to pull those from the block? Thank you, Director McMahon. I'm gonna I don't think we need any discussion on that, just in the name of keeping things moving, so I will. About the amendment?
No, I have a general question that applies to several of these projects.
Again, it's about the amendment to pull those three.
Oh,
Okay, then I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. This is gonna be voting all because it was voting all to put it on the floor. And so I will call the question. All those in favor? No, in favor. And those opposed? Director Bax and Director Gabius opposed. That amendment is carried. So now we have the amended motion on the floor, which is to defer Hillside Service Review, Chester Park and Ocean Beach Esplanade Sustainability Planning, Park Sign Standards, SAC, Sustainable Development Geothermal Feasibility, Minty Road Beach Access, Bridge Replacement in Vinebrook Kleinedale Co-op, and the bicycle and walking path retaining wall repair at Minty Road. To defer those to 2026. Director McMahon?
yes, so the Parks Review that is upcoming, and, okay, first question, when are we going to see it? Second question, will this address standards? Because one of the issues that we have run into with bridge replacements is that they are being designed to a 75-year standard. And that is not necessarily, that may be far more than we actually need in a number of these circumstances. So is that within the scope of the Parks Review?
The Parks Review that is on page 32 as a project for 2025. So you're wondering about the timeline for perhaps getting that project done in 2025, as well as the standards question? Perfect, thank you. GM Gagnon?
Thank you, Chair. So if the Park Service Review is adopted as part of the 2025 financial plan, that is typically adopted toward the end of February, then we would have to go through a normal procurement process to attain a consultant. So I wouldn't see this review kicking off realistically until Q3, and then I suspect it will be a year process, given there'll probably be community engagement as part of it. So that's an approximate timeline, but we haven't really scoped out the full work at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. And having not scoped out the full scope of work yet, I suppose the standards question is not yet known. Would that be correct?
Thank you, Chair. The Park Service Review will definitely look at things like parks classifications, which parks fall into those classifications, what are their standards and service levels for those classifications. Whether it would drill down into something as myopic as a standard on the life of a bridge, I'm not sure yet. We'll have to look at what is attainable within the budget that has been approved. Thank you.
Okay. That hasn't yet been approved, but thank you. Director McMahon, follow up?
So hopefully that would, as a project, would also include the communication, again, of the reason why this is taking so long. The expectation management part would hopefully be part of this, so that if we have to defer these projects yet again, we have something we can take to the public so that we don't get lynched.
I think that is all still to be determined and all very fair in scope. I did hear from GM that it could be a year-long process, probably not to kick off until late Q2, Q3. So it'll be, it will overlap with the budget cycle again next year. Director Lee, I see your hand up. Thank you, Director Lee. I see you've lowered your hand. I don't see any other hands up. Last chance, directors. Otherwise, I'm going to call the question on the motion to defer the remainder of these projects to 2026. And then we'll revisit the three that Director Lee has pulled. So I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Now, we have three projects left on the list. Director Lee, how would you like to proceed?
Would you like me to make a motion first and then discuss it?
Sounds good.
Okay. I'll do it one at a time. I'd like to make a motion that the Baker Beach project be brought forward to round 2 budget deliberations with options on how to facilitate the inclusion into the 2025 budget.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is A, B, D, E, and F because it's Park Service. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Director McMahon seconding. Okay, any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I'd like to explain why I brought that forward. I believe that the project has passed an archaeological study already, and that the work to be done is actually to build a seawall, which would be a project that we contract out. We don't use our own people for. And I believe it would be quite a prime project to apply for a grant to get it done. And Baker Beach is an extremely popular destination for pretty much anybody visiting the Pender Harbor area. And it is quite rapidly eroding and eating away at the park. And there's significant archaeological items in that park that we should be protecting. I won't go any further than that, though. And I believe that that project should be done. That project is probably 10 years old, and we had the archaeological study was the biggest hurdle. And I believe GM Gagnon could confirm, but I think the archaeological study's been done now. But I'd be interested to know that before we go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Lee. Are you able to speak to the process so far on this project? GM Gagnon?
Thank you, Chair. I just was curious, is this about Baker's Beach or is the motion on the floor about Catherine Lake and Dan Bosch?
Beach.
Regardless, Baker's Beach, the archaeological work is done, so this is about completion of the project. This is actually about materials, supplies, working with the nation to actually get the work done, construction. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that answered your question, Director Lee. The archaeological has been completed.
Yes,
This is
we're
about
ready to
construction.
actually proceed now with the project.
Thank you. Director Gabius?
Thank you, Chair. This is really difficult, I think, as area directors. I agree with Director White. We have to take staff's recommendations, but I just want to point out that this is sort of, we're elected to represent our communities, and our communities are asking for these projects, so it's really tough to not fight for them. And then and then who gets to, it's kind of pitting us against each other a little bit, but I agree that we kind of have to draw the line, and if staff is saying we can't manage these right now, I gotta take their word for it, and that is indeed what we asked them to do, so, yeah, unfortunately, I won't support that motion.
Thank you, Director Gabius. Any other directors want to speak to the motion? If not, I will call the question, A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And all those opposed? I see Director Bax, Director Stanford, and Director Gabius opposed. So that's defeated. Director Lee?
Sorry, I didn't see everybody voting. What was the vote?
It was 5, there's only 5 directors in that service because it's parks.
Oh, we're going with the service this time.
Because it was pulled specifically, we go to the service.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay. Director McMahon?
Yeah, a related issue in here is citizen initiatives, because there's a lot of community groups that are very eager to get in here and do a lot of the work. And we don't have a very good process for working with community groups. And we need to do better there because there's capacity in the community to help us move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee, would you like to try another one?
Yes. Park Management Plan, Catherine Lake and Dan Bosch, the same motion.
Okay, that should be that it be brought forward to round 2 budget deliberations with options on how to facilitate inclusion into the 2025 budget.
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Director McMahon seconding. Thank you. Directors, any directors wishing to speak to this?
Me.
Director Lee, go ahead.
Yes, in both cases, in Dan Bosch, the community wishes to do multiple projects themselves, but the one that they're most keen on in Dan Bosch is to expand the parking lot and get the cars off the highway. It's quite dangerous, the parking on both sides of the highway. We put forward a proposal for a whole bunch of things, and I think that this should be cut back to just the parking lot, and I believe we could probably get that done. So, and the community would do it. With Catherine Lake, there's a proposal to put a walking path around the lake, including a hard surface path for handicapped access, partial way. Again, the community is offered to manage it and do it. I believe if we could articulate the goal clear enough, we could probably get approval from the various agents and get going with it. So that's why I'm suggesting that we need the project to stay alive, but to work the scope smaller to get community engagement going.
Thank you. And just before I go to Director Bax, I do see the CAO's hand up, so I'll go to Tina.
Yeah, one of the other elements within the service review that we've been discussing is when we have, or we have a historical legacy with our community parks and various services of the regional district, where we have very engaged community groups who then, at some point, it increases service level. And so we have to contemplate that when we take on new initiatives, as well as if the community group longer is able to continue to maintain. So we are being faced with that with various services in the regional district, which we just have to then take on the costs and the related infrastructure that they build. And that's just adding to the bottom line. So those are the other contemplations in the service review that we also will be mindful of. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax.
Yeah, I'd like to see this brought forward for some more consideration. I do believe that both Dan Bosch and Catherine Lake are truly regional parks that are enjoyed by the majority of Sunshine Coast residents, and thereby, so I do feel it merits a second look to see if it can be incorporated.
Okay, thank you, Director Bax. Any other directors wishing to speak to this motion? If not, I will call the question. A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And those opposed? Director Stamford and Director Gabius opposed. The motion's carried. Thank you. Director Lee, I believe you have one more.
Yes, this one's a little different. I don't understand what the project is, so if I could get some information on what this project is, then I could perhaps make a motion.
Thank you very much. This is the PHLHS Community Benefit Grant. CAO?
So this was an item that came forward as a grant and aid request, and it was referred to this process because you can't use funds through grant and aid if there's an already established service that is supporting a specific asset. So it's been referred here for consideration.
This was an upgrade on the building, I think, that didn't qualify for funding under grant and aid. Was that?
It would have to be funded under the park service because that particular facility is leased under the parks umbrella.
That's right. I remember that was quite the quagmire at the time. I can't remember what the upgrade was for, but Yeah, it was a heat pump upgrade, I believe, yeah. So Director Lee?
That the following not recommended project be brought forward to the 2025 Round 1 budget as budget proposals.
Round 1 budget. Our menu is based on round 2 and how to facilitate inclusion, down at the bottom of that page. Just being clear on the motion you're making, that's all.
That the following, let me try again. The following not recommended project be abandoned.
Be abandoned.
Yes.
Okay. That was not what I was expecting to hear, so seconded. Director McMahon, thank you. I don't see any other hands up. I will call the question A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay. Is there anything else to do with this sheet? I think we're finished with this sheet. Unless we needed to make a motion to defer the Baker Beach Phase 2 improvements to the 2026 budget cycle. Director Lee, did you want to make that motion?
Sorry, Chair, I was thinking instead of listening. Could you repeat that?
The Baker Beach Phase 2 improvements, you pulled it, it was defeated to come forward to round 2. Did you want to make a motion to refer this to the 2026 budget cycle? Or did you want to just leave it for now and, no, it's not automatic? I mean, we can leave it for now and revisit it later, so, okay. It's 12:05. Has lunch arrived yet? Do we know? Okay, then we will move on to the next item in our agenda. We will go back to attachment D, which is the non-mandatory board-directed or business, I believe. All right, so this one, I believe we will not, help me out here. I believe we will not see these unless we specifically pull them for round 1, or was this, no, this is the other way around. They're coming. We're on page 32 of the PDF document, or it's the light blue column, non-mandatory board-directed or business.
Is that like page 29 in the agenda?
It's page 32.
Well, what happened to page 29?
We passed it.
Those ones that were coming to, we looked at attachments B and C at the same time, and the idea was that those would come to the next round unless directors pulled any specifically. So now we're on to the light blue ones, which is attachment D, starting on page 32, or it's a 9-page stapled physical copy that we received this morning. And so, directors, we have the ability to refer these as a block, or we can pull specific ones, or we can abandon specific ones. Director Bax, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I'm looking at, I have a few questions. So I wonder what the ramifications are behind deferring certain ones. I don't wish to abandon any of these. I'm looking to defer them to 2026. So is that
Which ones are you looking at deferring to 2026? If you can refer to the title of the thing and the page number, either electronically or physically.
on page 32, we have the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund Grant for Emergency Operations Center. So I imagine we've received this grant, and is it something that we have a time limit to spend the money on it?
Thank you for the question. GM Hall?
Thank you, Chair. Staff have not applied for this grant. Board direction to apply for this grant has not been provided at this time. So this is a potential 2025 grant application. Thanks.
Go ahead.
If we were not to apply for the grant until later in 2025 to bring it forward in 2026, would the opportunity still be there?
Through the chair, the deadline for this grant application is in the first quarter. This grant program is offered by the province, and we don't know what will happen in future years. So there is a potential of applying in a future year should the program exist. Thanks.
Ultimately, we don't know. The province could cancel the granting stream.
One more.
Is it a follow-up or is it?
Yeah, it's a follow-up.
Okay.
So should we apply for this grant in Q1, I don't imagine we would get to the work until 2026 anyway.
I think you've gone a little down the rabbit hole on this one particular project.
All right.
We have the whole list to get through. Okay, so I will go to the next, sorry, CAO?
That's okay, Chair. I think the other lens that we wanted to provide to the committee is that I think our lens of reviewing grant applications a little differently as well, and contemplating that from a work planning workload perspective, in that, again, just because there is additional funding, there's consequences such as expansion of service level and work plan implications. So again, we're not going ahead and applying for some grants. I know that a lot of local governments, especially discussions at UBCM, was that some local governments now, based on capacity, are choosing not to apply for grants or being very strategic about the ones that they're applying for that align with their corporate plan. So I think that's the direction we're headed into. And that's why these are listed as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yeah, one of the difficulties I'm having with this process, and we're all doing the best we can, but there's, for instance, a lot of solid waste management projects, and they are all interconnected. So the solid waste management plan and the vertical expansion and, well, not so much the contact water plan, but all of this stuff is pieces, and it's not always clear to me what has to come before something else. So must we do our solid waste management ahead of the vertical expansion study or not? And then there was another study about options for waste disposals. So what comes first and why?
GM Rosenboom?
Thank you for the question. I need to turn on my camera. Thank you. There we go. The solid waste management plan update. Our previous solid management plan was approved in 2011. It was valid for about 10 years, so we're now about 3 years overdue to, and shortly 4 years overdue to have it updated. A solid waste management plan is required to include a long-term disposal option for the term of the plan. The plan is in place for 10 years, and currently with the contact water pond update completed, hopefully next year, spring, we have until 2030 confirmed in terms of landfill life. So we need to have a solution included for where to dispose of our solid waste for after 2030 in our solid waste management plan. So without that, we cannot approve the solid waste management plan. So hence there are two or several items underway, projects underway, and proposed for next year to come to support the board in their decision making on what the long-term solution will be for after 2030 to allow for that to be included in the solid waste management plan update.
Follow up?
So could we defer the actual plan to 2026 and do the other studies this year? That was sort of my question. Like, trying to figure out how this works.
Delaying the solid waste management plan to 2026 is something that we would have to connect with the province if they are allowing us to do so, because we're already so far over time. And if the board would like that, we can connect with the province and present a board report about that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because we still need to know about vertical expansion. That's only a few years away. If it's feasible, and it informs a whole lot of other stuff in the plan. So maybe if we could ask for an extension on our homework, that would be nice.
Director White?
I completely agree, and yeah, I'd like to make that motion that we do. Because, yeah, when I look at all these projects, they're all kind of on top of each other, and we need some certainty about some of these studies we're doing before we can really move ahead with having a useful solid waste management plan. It won't be very useful if it's not updated with the studies that we're doing, such as particularly vertical expansion. So I'll make that motion as the GM proposed of requesting a extension.
Yeah, I heard
Or
board
report first, okay.
Yeah, that a board report come forward with the ramifications of requesting an extension.
Perfect.
Okay. And I've got a seconder for that. I do have a speakers list, but I'll look for physical hands. Anybody wanting to speak to that motion specifically? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Director White, I see your hand still up, or is it again?
On the list already. I'm just trying to figure out a way forward on some of these things here. Director Back's already dove into one item, the third item on the list. I wanted to ask one more. Oh.
Sorry, CAO.
Sorry, I didn't show my hand there. Virtually. Timing as far as the report, because there's a sequencing, assuming that the report will inform some of potential budget proposals. Is that what we were trying to achieve? And so I think we need a little more direction on the timing of the report.
Thank you. Director White?
Unfortunately, I think it's kind of an as soon as possible kind of issue here, because when we're on November 7th, we're looking at our prioritizing, and the solid waste management plan is high and up there right now, yet vertical expansion is actually below the red line. So, I mean, I think that's something that really stands out. We kind of need staff, we're looking to be able to, when we're looking at that exercise of the corporate work plan, we need to know where to allocate our staff resources, and it seems like we're allocating them all to the solid waste management plan right now when we don't even know what the answer to vertical expansion is, and we may not if it's stuck below the red line. That's just one example, but there are other examples that are in this budget process too that we're kind of stuck on.
GM?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I can clarify. While the vertical expansion project is listed still below the red line, it also indicates that a contract has been awarded, so staff are working on the project and with our consultant. And we anticipate to have the results back for the board to consider in late Q1, early Q2 next year. But regardless of that, I will staff will connect with the province and see what kind of information we can get from them prior to the November 7th workshop, and we'll present the report back to the board as soon as possible afterwards. Thank you.
CAO?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And understanding that we have a lot of parallel processes, some things may just be deferred until round 2, so we can ensure we fully understand implications of various items. So that's why we have the 2 processes. Doesn't mean everything has to come or in time for round 1. And this might be one of them.
I guess to that point, do you require a subsequent motion that the report come forward as soon as practicable? No? Okay, thank you. Back to my speakers list, Director Bax.
Yeah,
Sorry, Director White?
oh, did you have a follow-up?
He was in the, sorry, go ahead, Director White.
I was already asking a question and then, yeah. I was asking about the item that you raised, Director Bax, about the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole on each one, but we did start to go down this one. So, and then staff did suggest, well, there are some grants maybe we don't have the capacity to apply for, which I completely agree with. That's something we need to consider. But do we have the capacity to apply for this? Is this something that like is already in the work plan, but we're just asking for money to do it? Is a situation like this?
I think in this case, it's actually budgeting for a grant amount. It's not asking for money to apply for the grant, but
I understand.
GM Hall.
Yeah. Page 32.
Thank you, Chair. So as noted in the description, staff are researching the corporate IT capacity for this, if indeed the focus of the grant is on IT assets. And that work is happening now. That's a consequence of the release of program guidelines, the deadline, et cetera. And so if this was to come to the budget meeting, round one budget meeting, that information would be provided. I would also note there are two emergency program grants listed here. The other one is related to the Emergency Support Services Program. And that one, unlike this one, has fewer interfaces with other parts of the organization. So it requires less management overhead from SCRD. Thank you.
Follow-up, Director White, or are you good?
It sounds like that one, it's most sensible to, would that be to move it to round two then for more information? Now that we've talked it out?
We don't need to pull any of these specifically. We can move the whole block. There's the recommendation if and when we get to that point. So for the moment, I'm going to keep going through the speakers list. Director Bax?
Yeah, I thought I had a handle on this part of the exercise, but I believe that I don't right now. So the idea to pull any of these and not bring them forward for more information in a later round of budget, considering this is pre-budget, I think that a lot of these are a little premature for us to make any real decisions on anyway. They're so interconnected, and there's a lot of information that's still to be determined in some of them that have ramifications on some of the other ones. So I'm not comfortable in making any motion other than to reconsider, to look at all these in our first round of budget or second round of budget, whichever's more appropriate.
And in fact, that is one of the options available to us, is we could refer all of the non-mandatory board-directed items to round one budget. The question is if there are any specific ones at this point that directors want to exclude or abandon.
And I don't think anyone has excluded or abandoned one yet.
I still got a speakers list to get through.
Oh, should I make the motion anyway? Premature?
You can make a motion, sure.
All right. All right, I'll wait for the speakers list to exhaust itself.
Thank you, Chair. Director Stamford?
I have a question for oh, crap. Oh, no, where'd it go? 32. Oh, okay, so I've got two questions. One is about the Hillside project on page 32. it seems fairly discrete, and it says future funding is for 2026 only, so it's the second block up from the bottom of the page 32 in the virtual. Yeah,
Or it's the bottom of page 1 of the physical handouts.
okay. So it says pending board direction, Hillside Head Lease Renewal Project expansion. This seems fairly discrete, the way it's written, and I that's my question. Is this a discrete project? And I'm not sure what future funding is 2026 only, what the implications of that statement is.
Thank you, Chair. So this is, the board has directed work on the Hillside Head Lease renewal. That project is on track. Additional work is likely required relating to next steps. And so this project would see that work through. And staff understand at this time, based on conversations with the province, that that should take a maximum of 2 years.
And so to follow up with that, the funding component that's here, it says $90,000 in the 2025 amount. Is that expected to cover the 2 years' worth of work, or is it $90,000 for 2025 and another $90,000 for 2026? Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for any confusion relating to the drafting that I put into this document. It's $90,000 per year for 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. To be funded from reserves. Follow up?
It's sort of a follow-up because the question I was going to ask, I've now found. Page 35, third line item up from the bottom is Church Road Water Treatment Plants Storage Unit. This is taxation for one regional area, Area F. I am just wondering, with this kind of information, I have the opportunity to speak to my community again and give them a heads up with the implications of furthering this project. I'm just wondering, was there money ever put aside for simply doing some landscaping, which is sort of the other component of the concerns in this community?
Director Stanford, just want to clarify something here before I go to staff. Yeah, the sodium hypochlorite storage unit is not funded from taxation, it's funded from community building fund. But I just wanted to clarify that. In terms of the question about whether there was landscaping budget or other consideration built into this project originally.
Or the original project, which...
Yeah. Okay. Director, GM Rosenboom?
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair. Landscaping plan is being developed. There has been already contact with some residents about how it could look like. There actually also has been a fire smart assessment of the building to see how those things could be integrated. So that's on the way.
If there's ongoing communication with this community, has there been any specific response to the current setup of the structure now that it's painted and in place?
I would suggest, Director Stanford, that that's pretty far down the rabbit hole for what we're supposed to be looking at right now. Yeah.
I respect that, and I will take that offline.
Thank you. Director Bax, I see your hand up. I'm not done my speakers list yet. I'm just making sure that that's,
I was going to make a motion to.
I'm going to keep going for a minute here. Director McMahon?
Yeah, I don't quite know how to approach this, but for the Cliff Gilker Bridge and Trail Remediation Project, as it is currently structured, I could not vote for it because I frankly think it's too expensive. So what is the appropriate way to deal with this? Because I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but it seems like some of these parks projects are coming in with an enormous price tag and maybe are being designed to higher standards than is needed. And I think what we need is to look at more options before we would be comfortable with it. So I'm not comfortable moving this forward to the budget process as it stands. At the same time, leaving the park with no repairs is a problem. So what are some options here?
GM Gagnon?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to assume there's a little underlying comment to the larger comment, because I heard it earlier, and that was around the comment of cost of bridges and the designing of a bridge for a 75-year. So I want to identify that the actual physical cost of the bridge is actually a small component. So bridges are around 30 to 50,000. It is the cost of installing, it's the environmental, the hydrology, the permits, the crane required to bring, like these are all costs that begin to add up. And I get the feeling that there's this thought in the community that a bridge is 750,000. Well, that's not the case, but there are costs related to the construction around, especially when we get into riparian areas. We absolutely want bridges that span the creek. The bridges that are there right now didn't span, and that's part of the problem. So we have scoped the project to what we believe to be reasonable. There's just a lot of costs involved. And the project that's on the books in front of you is related to a staff report that came back several months ago that actually divided it between bridge costs, park trail up, the trail repairs, those sort of things. So if we could, you can sever it for round 2 and bring back options to have decreased scope or to create, I don't know if a menu of options is attainable, but I would like to suggest that we feel it's a reasonable scope, and given the way tenders are coming back lately, we're in front of the board a lot for actually increased values. It's just a significant project. There are a number of bridges in Cliff Gilker that we're suggesting are being replaced, plus significant trail work. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, we can still see it at round 1, and there will be additional details at round 1. I do remember the $1.67 million number from a previous report, so we'll have to resurface that report and recirculate it. Director White.
Yeah, I have some questions about functions here and service participants that I need to understand, and then I have another motion on a particular project here. I'm going to page 33 and 34. There's a string of projects here that say all service participants, and a number of them look like things that Gibson's already does in our municipality. So I don't really understand the overlap, and there should not be an overlap. So like land use planning, that would be the very first one. Framework for land use planning for sensitive environmental areas. It says all service participants. That's something we definitely do municipally. Is that a mistake, or?
I heard a
'Cause
yes,
this-
but let's,
Okay.
I think I heard a yes.
I see two function numbers, 136 and 504.
GM Hall?
Thank you, Chair. So as a next step on this, should it proceed, staff would bring more information related to how it fits with either the regional sustainable development function or the rural planning function. I believe that this one emerged from a directive on the Community Climate Action Plan, which doesn't necessarily mean it needs to live in sustainable development, but I hear they ask for more information.
If it's in the Community Climate Action Plan, we'll do our part for sure in our planning department. We're all in, but I don't want to be paying for it twice. No, our citizens don't. Yeah. Similar to the next one, I guess. This is about subdivision and development servicing. we do that in Gibson's.
And
Thank you very
these-
much.
and
And
these
it
are-
says all.
Yeah, these are listed as water services, 365, 366, and
Yeah,
370.
yeah, we do water.
They be the water service participants. So I think that one's just a typo. Yeah,
It's same with utility services, I assume, typo,
the one right below it.
yeah. And then farms policy development, that seems to be another planning. We have our own, not many, but we have our own agricultural farms in Gibson's that we look after, so what's the function overlap there that,
That came
make it
out
all.
of the water conversation as well. So
so that's another typo. I just want to confirm.
seems to be.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have any that you wanted to actually? pull?
Yeah, I said, so I'd like to pull the second one on page 32, which is GDVFD service area boundary expansion feasibility, and defer that to 2027. It's something that's already come up in Fire Commission. Fire Commission did not support it going forward, and for lots of good reasons. There's a lot of costs that are coming at us, and this is something that we can't do.
Okay, so you're making a motion to defer this to 2027.
2027, yeah, that'll be a good time to
And
look.
I've got a seconder for this, 3 participant service, EF and Town of Gibson's. Director Stanford? Yep.
I recognize that there was some discussion at the Fire Commission meeting. There was an alternate proposal that came up at that time that I want to be able to bring forward to the board, but I'd rather see it through to the minutes as they come through process. So I'm not going to support the motion as presented.
Thank you. Director McMahon, I see your hand up. Is it to this motion or, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I am now process confused, but we can, if the alternate proposal, which just at the moment I'm blanking on, comes through the Fire Commission minutes, then how do we get it into the budget process?
If you want to possibly include it in the budget process, you should not pass this motion to defer right now. Is what I'm thinking, because if you bring it to round 1 or round 2, you can still have the conversation about an alternative process. But I'll look at the corporate officer because she's queuing up there.
Just to confirm that those minutes will come forward on the November 14th Committee of the Whole. My recollection is the alternate motion was not to do a feasibility, but I want to refer back to the minutes before I make that call. But my recollection is that staff explore alternative measures for fire protection without actually establishing a service. It was something to that effect outside of the feasibility. So the commission makes recommendations. The committee still has to consider those recommendations, and the board has to approve them.
Is that a follow-up, Director McMahon? Go ahead.
So now you have refreshed my memory, thank you very much. I'm not sure that recommendation would need to be a budget proposal. So under the circumstances, I'm still okay with going forward with this.
Thank you. The motion that's on the floor, Director McMahon, which is to defer this to 2027. Director Stanford, did you want to speak again? No? Okay. Okay, then I will call the question, EF and Town of Gibson's. All those in favor of deferral to 2027? And those opposed? Director Stanford is opposed. That motion is carried. Okay. Director White, do you have any other that you wanted to pull specifically?
Yeah. There are things I support here too, but those will be in a block, I assume, right?
This is why I'm asking if you've got any more that you would like to pull, because I think Director Bax really wants to make a motion to pass the rest as a block to round 1 for consideration. Or we could break for lunch and come back to it after lunch, which, yeah, it's 12:36. Is 1 o'clock okay for you guys? 25 minutes? 1 o'clock or shortly thereafter? All right, we'll be back at 1. And welcome back to the Finance Pre-Budget Meeting for October 28th, 2024. We're back from lunch. It's 1:15, a little later than I meant to. We're working on attachment D at the moment. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through it one page at a time based on the electronic copy that we have in our agenda package. So those that are at home following along can also follow along. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go through looking for motions to abandon or defer. If there are specific things that directors would like to defer or abandon, and then once we get through the list, we'll come back and we'll wrap everything that remains up into a single motion to go forward to round one. Does that all make sense to everybody? Just looking for some head nods, thumbs up. Excellent. So with that being said, we're on page 32 of our agenda package. We've already deferred the boundary expansion feasibility to 2027. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Oh, actually, my comment is down the page, but as I was skimming through here, I read Hillside Headless, which sounded really kind of Halloween-y. But I'm good with page 32.
Okay, thank you. Director Bax.
Yeah, on page 32, here's an option that you haven't explored yet. May we incorporate the BC Transit, middle of the page, the transit expansion priorities for 2025. Should we incorporate this into the budget? It will depend on how the province comes back with funding for that, but it will be something that we don't have to deal with again.
Second.
There we go.
CAO Perot.
Appreciate wanting to continue to assert that this is a priority for the board. One of the challenges that I would like to highlight is we actually don't really understand the full financial implication. And so we don't have the values, we have a high level, but until we get the BC Transit's detailed information, we won't be able to provide that to the board.
So the question is, like, do you want to load something in that we don't actually know the dollars for?
The question also is, if it's incorporated and it comes back and the dollars don't make sense to us, can we pull ourselves out of that?
I mean, the whole point of incorporating would be that it doesn't come back.
Right.
So,
Okay, well, then I will ignore that for now.
You can say it's out of order, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. So I didn't recognize your motion that you didn't actually make, so.
Okay, well, I'd like to
We
make
don't have a
another-
motion on the
I'd
floor.
like to make another motion.
Okay, Director Bax, you've got the floor.
The second to last item has to do with our, oh, no, never mind, different thing. I'm gonna pass.
Thank you, Director Bax. Directors, is there anything else on page one that you would like to abandon or defer or, I suppose, even incorporate? Director Bax, I see your hand up. Is that?
Yes, the line above the BC Transit is to,
The modernization grant?
yes,
What about it?
no, it's a placeholder now. Community Emergency Preparedness Fund grant. I would like to defer action on the spending of the grant to 2026.
CAO?
Yeah, just noting that this is actually to apply for a grant, so we haven't even applied for it. So it's okay. If it gets deferred, that's okay. We wouldn't proceed with providing a report for approval of an application.
Yeah, if we don't have this in the budget, we just don't apply for that grant. This is not a grant that we've already received and are looking to spend. This is a grant that staff are looking to apply for. So, you're okay? All right. Director Gavious.
Just clarification, the $40,000 is the amount of the grant, not the amount of money that is required to apply for the grant.
Correct.
Right, okay,
At least,
great.
yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that'd be rather unfortunate if it cost $40,000 to apply for a grant. Now, that being said, this does not take into account the staff time required to put together a grant application. right? And that is part of the consideration of applying for grants, whether the value of the grant exceeds the staff time that had to go into the application process. Okay, I don't see any other hands up for page 1. So we're gonna move on to page 2, which is page 33. Directors, are there any on here that you would like to abandon, defer, et cetera?
They all look good as long as Gibson's isn't paying for any of them.
Yes, as we've determined, a couple of those are typos, so those will be corrected before we see them again. I don't see any other hands up, so we'll move to page 34, which is page 3 of 8. There's only 3 projects on this list. Directors, any deferrals or? I guess I've got one question which perhaps staff don't have an answer to at this point. The last one on the list, the 911 tower project budget increase. Is this the 911 tower that's been on the books for several years now as a project, or is this something different?
Thank you for the question, Chair. This has indeed been on the books for a couple of years, and we were, a contract award for construction was brought forward this year, and the notes here about what has happened on this project are what happened between the board's direction to award a contract and the, and today, I guess, in the lead up to a contract award. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, directors, I don't see any hands, so we will move on to page 35 in the agenda, which is page 4 of 8 of this particular document. Director Lee.
This is just kind of a question for the board. The Church Road water treatment plant, making a bigger building when we already have a pretty good storage container. I was just wondering if we want to do that this year or promise it for next. That's just a question.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Stanford, did you?
I wasn't sure if staff wanted to respond to this, but there was strong opposition in the community to the CCAN and the current setup. I don't know if that is still at that point, but we did make an agreement or community agreement that we would review the setup. And that's part of this understanding with the community. So that's why I kind of brought it up earlier. But at this point, there was an understanding that we'd be looking at it again in the fall of 2024.
And this is fall of 2024. Okay. Did staff want to comment? Okay. Director McMahon?
I was just wondering, with that particular proposal, if we could see some options, because if we do the landscaping and give it time to mature, then the impact of the CCAN may be dramatically reduced. So if we could see some options in the budget proposal when it comes to us, that would be great.
Thank you. GM Rosenboom?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. The current budget proposal is is based on earlier community engagement with residents. We can provide alternative options to the board to consider as part of the budget process, but implementation might then still require for us to go back to the community to see if those alternative proposals would make sense to them.
And for $100,000, it actually seems like a fairly inexpensive way forward. Director McMahon?
Well, I was wondering more even staging it, over the course of time might address the whole thing, but just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other hands up for page 35 or page 4 of 8? I don't see anybody waving frantically. So we'll move on to page 36. We're page 5 of 8. And Director White.
Yeah, I want to consider deferring the very top project here regarding Assistant Chief GDVFD. We deferred this last year. My significant concern this year is that this department, particularly when it comes to its staffing, it turns out, is challenged by a deficit right now that's been significant enough to kind of stand out to this board among all our departments in the SCRD. And it's kind of a mixed message to be saying we want them to be looking at increasing staffing expenses when we're also asking them to balance their budget. And I think the focus really needs to be on balancing the budget. So I don't understand how we can be asking for them to increase staffing at the same time when they're already overspent on staffing. And I think the budget, the focus this year should be on balancing the budget. Next year, we should look at this next year. So I'll move to defer that, and looking forward to the comments from my other service participants.
Thank you. I do have a motion. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director McMahon. Director McMahon, I see your hand up. Is that to this?
This is a discussion we need to have, but I kind of want to take it in the context also of the firefighter compensation report that's coming forward. So I think we need to consider them all together. So although sympathetic to your point and very unhappy with the deficit at the fire department, I don't think I'm ready to axe this quite yet. Defer, sorry.
Thank you. Director Stanford, did you want to say anything to this? No? Okay. I will, Director Bax, is your hand up to this or something? Okay, perfect, just checking. I will call the question then, EF and Gibson's on deferring this to 2026. Yeah, okay. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that's defeated. Director Stanford and Director McMahon opposed. Okay. Director Bax, now I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak on also the Assistant Chief in Training and Safety position for Roberts Creek. It's a decision that I don't believe I can make until I've heard back from the Compensation Action Plan. So similar thing that Donna was talking about, that Director McMahon.
Okay. We don't have anything on the floor at this point, so.
No one's saying to defer it.
Yep. Is there anything else on this list on page 36 that you would like to see deferred or abandoned directors? I don't see hands up, so we're going to move on to page 37, which is page 6 of 8. Yeah, directors. Are there any items on this page? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm happy to see the Chester Park temporary access coming forward, and I hope to see lots of details on this. On a couple lines further down, the Seashell landfill generator. How long have we been trying to get hydro access to this site? I mean, this is becoming abysmal. And I'm wondering if there is anything at all that we can do or the board can do to light a fire under hydro to get the power to our site, because we really need it. And we keep throwing money at the problem that we don't have power. Any comments from staff?
GM Rosenboom.
Let me turn on my camera to do it really well. Thank you. We heard back from Beach Hydro, and the report is coming forward for a contract to award a contract to Beach Hydro to actually complete the works. But still, we would require a generator as a backup.
I guess I had a question about this one too, which we had to move to generators and BC Hydro connection when the solar system at the site failed. And granted, we have a lot more infrastructure up there now than we did at the time that the solar system was supplying power to basically the scale and the scale house. Have staff considered options for reinstallation of a solar system up there to be able to provide backup power instead of relying on generators that are propane or diesel or what have you? Because when it seemed like a quick replacement, it made sense to just move on it. But I'm wondering now if we have the time to actually contemplate a better option.
Thank you for the question. We haven't recently considered that. The solar system, when it was in place, was the primary system, and already at the time, a generator was the backup system. Especially in winter conditions, you need a backup system that is not reliable on solar. So a solar system could be used to charge batteries that you can then use in the winter, but that option has not been recently considered.
Thank you. Director Gabius.
Yeah, quick question, a little ahead of myself, but would something like this be, could we cover this with the Community Works funds? Would this be eligible?
Good question. Community Works or the Community Building Fund? Are either of those options for this?
We can, once we have direction on which ones you want to bring forward, look at funding options overall. I know that Community Works, they have very specific qualities they're looking for generators in particular, so they can't be mobile, as an example. They have to be affixed. The community growth could potentially be there, but we'll definitely provide funding options for these proposals.
Okay, thank you. Directors, anything further on page 37 of any of these that you'd like to defer or pull? If not, then we will move on to page 38. Yes, this is page 7 of 8. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm just a little perturbed that a vehicle that's 5 years old is already failing and it doesn't even have many kilometers on it. So that kind of calls into question of how we're managing our fleet. And is the fleet management strategy that's underway going to dive into, reliability. Was this a lemon? Should we have, sent it back? Or is staff beating up our equipment? And if so, how would we check on that and make sure that our trucks are being treated gently and appropriately?
And it's funny because we just approved the purchase of a replacement truck to replace a vehicle that I think was in fleet for 30 years. So certainly this one caught my eye as well at 2018 and a 2019 that just don't seem to be making the cut when it comes to longevity. Did staff have any comments on that or at this time?
Thank you. I can't comment to the fleet strategy component of that question, but in this particular circumstance, I have to confirm that the vehicle was used not exactly. It was used heavier to do heavier stuff than it was originally spec'd, and that was in part because another vehicle was out of commission, so we had to use this one to do work that it wasn't originally spec'd for, and hence the engine was was used more heavily than it should have.
Okay, thank you. Director Bax.
Yeah, I would think that we would rent a vehicle rather than abuse a vehicle in an emergency. That said, this particular item really does bother me as well. We don't have any way to fix these vehicles rather than replace them, And you know, even putting a new engine in one of these things would probably be cheaper than buying a new one, because all the peripherals I don't know the condition of them, but I would think that we would have the capacity to repair these things. And also that although Dodge and Ford will always come in at a lower price than a Chevy, most people in the industry know that a Chevy truck is going to be a stronger vehicle
I
for
would
this
take
type.
issue with those people, but that's just from my own personal Chevy experiences. All companies
But
can make
it's the
lemons.
repair thing that I don't understand, that we don't have a shop that repairs our vehicles for us.
We do. We do have a shop that does fleet work. I guess the question that you might be asking was, what is the limit of capabilities of our fleet maintenance shop?
Oh, and another thing is this Ford F-450, is it blue?
Yeah, that's far too in the weeds.
Well, I've seen this blue vehicle on the road blowing smoke for a long time, and I was wondering if it's an issue that goes back to when it was actually under warranty.
I think that's far too in the weeds, but yeah, are you looking to abandon or defer this project, Director Bax? No? Okay. All right. Director Lee, did I see your hand? For anything on this page? Okay. Yeah, no, for sure. Okay, then not seeing any hands up on this page, we'll move on to page 39. Which is page 8 of 8 for this particular attachment. It's only got 2 items on it. Directors, either of these want to be pulled or abandoned or discussed? Director McMahon?
Oh, another fleet question, sorry. Do we ever, especially when it's a light-duty vehicle, do we ever buy secondhand?
I mean, in this particular case, that's exactly what's happening, is they're buying it secondhand from another division within the SCRD.
Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah. However, the overall question, did you still want to know the answer to that at this time? Do we ever consider secondhand vehicles as part of fleet acquisitions?
Thanks for the question. We're trying to reuse vehicles between services, and in the past, we also have used purchase used trucks when they come available. Everybody on the coast knows that maybe utility services have a red truck. It's a used one. It's a known vehicle, the red truck. It's a used vehicle we purchased and had all the right specs, so we were able to get it.
So definitely ability to consider, yeah. All right, I don't see anybody looking to pull anything there, so looking at attachment D, would somebody like to make a motion for the block? Director McMahon, I see your hand up. Director McMahon? Oh, you're, okay, so you're making a motion to move refer the rest of these to round 1 budget. Sorry, let me just find that the proposals be brought forward to the 2025 round 1 budget as budget proposals. Okay, I have a seconder for that. Any other discussion on this particular motion, on this block? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. So with that, we're going to go to Annex E, Attachment E, which is page 40 and 41. Directors, this is similar to the last one in that these are, non-mandatory items. The board can pull any one of these that they wish. Director McMahon?
Yeah, on the very first one, I asked a similar question when a kitchen reno came up in Gibson's. Has the fire department looked at an alternate funding source? For instance, the Rotary Club loves doing, projects that are actual built, tangible projects, and they would love the fire department. So has any alternative been investigated?
That's a good question. Thank you, Director McMahon. GM Hall?
Thank you, Chair. Some alternatives have been considered, including researching grants, contemplating fundraising, and potential sponsorships. I don't know if donation from a service club was specifically looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Director White?
Generally, I look at this list as, a very important kind of the next level of asset management projects that might be on our mandatory list next year, if we get to next year, if they get to next year, with a couple of exceptions. So I'd kind of like to talk to kind of a block of them as more of an asset management concern once we look at two that are a bit different. One's another Community Emergency Preparedness Fund grant, which is the fourth one on the list. Is there? Are we all good?
Yep.
I lost my train of thought. Again, this is to apply for a grant. It's not for spending $40,000. It's to apply for $40,000. I'm wondering, like, what? Again, the most important question here is staff capacity to do this. Like, is this, if it's to apply for a grant for something we're needing money to do and is in our work plan, let's just do it. But otherwise, if this is going to be like something that
Steps up a service.
is a hard fit on a difficult fit on our new corporate work plan, let's not do it. So I kind of need that general. I'm hoping we can have that general direction or response before we put it forward to a round of the budget.
Just a little bit more information on what this is looking to really take care of and capacity there. GM Hall?
Thank you, Chair. This one has very little requirement for staff capacity. The focus would be training for volunteers. The province has recently substantially renovated the ESS program, and so this would support training our volunteer roster. Thanks.
Thank you. And you've got another one?
Yeah, I guess my second question, which was a bit different, is the APC recording secretary HR plan conversion. It shows an amount there, funding source other, additional information, HR plan amendment only, which seems to kind of imply that maybe it's not a cost, but an HR amendment plan amendment we need to make in this budget. But if it is a cost, where is the other coming from? And I recognize this isn't my service, but I think it's probably an answer that could help everybody. So,
thank you. Good question. GM Hall?
Thank you, Chair. So SCRD currently contracts for recording services for our APCs, and this proposal would use those contract funds and internalize the function using casual staff, which we feel better fits CRA requirements, would offer more consistent service, and offers potential benefits for existing staff or for our contracted recorders who might become staff. Thanks.
So the funding source for this is actually just coming out of rural planning then, from the existing APC funding, or?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. All right. Director McMahon?
Yes. Having run into some issues with our recording secretaries, I do support that. The cross-connection control program, which is the second item, why is that non-mandatory?
Thank you for the question, through the chair. This was one of the items where it was all about risk acceptance. We have been doing this program a certain way for a long time. We could continue to another year and accept the risk, or we could actually do what is required from us.
Is there any implication between this and the fire flow at all? No?
No.
Okay.
No, this is really to protect our system, our water system from contamination from users. Let's say in the case there's a big water main break or a fire somewhere and there's a lot of draw from a system. Actually, water can be pulled from users back into the system. All residential connections have a device installed when the meter is also installed, a water meter, to prevent that from happening, and that's not the case for the larger connections. So this is really to prevent that waters come flowing back from a restaurant into a system in case there's a fire close by.
Thank you very much. Director Gabius.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question about the APC recording secretary. The Half Moon Bay APC hasn't had a recording secretary. Would that fix that?
I believe that is the intent, but GM Hall?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, recruitment has been one of the challenges associated with this role, and so the move is designed to help address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon, I see your hand up again, or still? Residual, okay. Director White?
Sure. Those last. Sorry, those two that I asked about, which was the recording secretary and the emergency preparedness fund, they sound extremely straightforward. Like there's no cost basically. So I'd like to move to incorporate those into the budget.
Okay. Yeah, and I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. I'm seeing some discussion over there. CAO?
Yeah, so we don't incorporate contingent funds. So we can go ahead and get approval to apply for the grant, but we wouldn't actually incorporate it into the budget until we actually have a decision. So that's why we typically do it. But we can definitely have approval for us to go ahead and apply for the grant. I think if and then we wouldn't necessarily bring back a budget proposal for that. But it's just flagging that we are out of sync with our financial plan, and we probably have to do a financial plan amendment. But if the board wants to give us permission to go ahead and apply for the grant and report back once we know, then we'll go ahead and do that, and that's that.
So just to clarify, I think your motion was to recommend that staff apply for this. And
That is exactly what I meant.
perfect.
Yes.
I'm sure that's exactly what you said. Director Stanford, you're still second that? Is there any discussion on this one particular item, the Emergency Preparedness Fund grant application? If not, I'm just going to do the one for the moment because that's, you're not a participant to the APC one, sorry.
It's a block. I just want the block.
But with that being said, I'll call the question then. All those in favor, voting all? And that's carried. Thank you. In light of Director White's comments, would one of the rural areas like to make a motion for the APC recording secretary one? Director Lee?
That's just exactly what Silas said before.
Move to incorporate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so Director Bax.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification on the a statement that staff made earlier about the chance of recording secretaries becoming staff. How would that work?
It's utilizing existing casual staff to do the work instead of contract staff.
Okay, and the recording secretaries are drawn from our casual staff, are they? Or
It's usually using casual staff to do the work, so that would be my understanding.
okay.
Senior Manager Parker?
Yeah, whether it's through, thank you for the question, whether it's through existing staff or even posting for a casual staff member, it's getting people through the staffing complement, including, we also have a general casual list that we can utilize. So there's a number of options, all within staffing, as opposed to contracted services.
My question is really the recording secretaries that we do have will be given a chance to maintain these roles?
I think that's outside the purview of the motion that's on the floor at the moment. So I'm going to call the question, voting A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And any opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, Director White?
Okay, I've got my my chronic question about a cross-connection control program. It says all. Is that a typo?
That is a typo.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
For all the rest, like I said earlier, it's pretty clear these are capital projects, and the joint health and safety expenses, that we do run a risk if we don't do these projects, but they haven't been categorized as mandatory at this point. So I'm kind of seeing them as, these are probably going to be our mandatory list next year. And we do run a risk of them failing in the meantime, but I think we always run a risk of things failing. I think we have a lot of projects already on that mandatory list and in our work plan. So I will move to defer these to 2026.
I have a motion. Do I have a seconder on the motion to defer to 2026? I don't see a seconder for your motion. Sorry, Director White.
Sweet, I'm done for the day.
Okay. Would another director like to take a stab at a motion? Director McMahon.
I'm not quite sure I'm there yet, but with several of these, I would need to understand the implications of deferring for another year or 2 years. Like, as a good example, the HVAC system on top of the fire hall, if indeed they are in the middle of replacing the roof, and there would be a cost benefit to doing both projects at the same time, then it makes sense to do it at the same time. But if it can be deferred a year, that would be cool too. So is that something that would come forward with any budget proposal?
GM Hall.
Thank you, Chair. On this one, my first comment is that the roof project is scheduled for 2025 and has been deferred previously in the capital plan, and it is part of the capital plan and currently funded. If information about a possible deferral of both projects is requested at round one, then staff are happy to oblige if that's directed.
Director McMahon? You're okay for the moment? Director Gabius?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate Director White's comments. I'm looking at the pumps for water features at the SAC. I believe currently the slide is closed. It's been closed for some time. How is this affected? Because if we do defer this, the slide will remain closed, I'm assuming. How is this affecting the staff and
Use of the
our
facility.
yeah.
Good question. GM Gagnon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. You're correct. There's 3 play features. There's the kind of play area with the water feature. There's the lazy river, and there's the slide. And we were able to repair, Band-Aid, the 2 pumps, but the slide we were not able to, so the feature's been closed, and there's certainly risk of imminent failure with the other 2. These aren't in the capital plan because they were deemed non-critical to the operations of the building. I would respectfully suggest that citizens get used to a certain service level in the facility that they come into, and play features are always very exciting for the kids that come into the facility. So it does impact, and we have had several complaints about the facility, that particular facility not being open. So, but again, it's a service level decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Bax. Oh, Director Inkster, because you haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Yeah, I guess that'll be I hadn't heard a lot of that, but I guess that'll be a further discussion about, we're talking about the aquatic center, just to be clear here in Sechelt, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I hope we have further discussion. Just so the board knows, the design and choice of design and architect chosen and citizens group led design of the pool was heavily focused on the tot and children's area and how that brings in extra revenue to the pool to offset public subsidies. So keep that in mind if we don't repair and or put a plan together to make physical repairs to the infrastructure. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Bax?
Yeah, I have to echo what Director Inkster says, that the should the rest of this equipment fail, I think it would be a heavy blow to our recreation facility. And I think we've gone down this this garden path of talking a lot about projects that don't have a great deal of cost associated with them. A lot of these things are not that expensive comparatively, and so I'd like to make a motion to bring them forward to the next round of budget, to the first round of budget.
Okay, so you're
All the remaining ones.
everything
yes.
other than the two that we've already approved to incorporate.
Exactly.
Thank you. Did I see a seconder there? Thank you, Director McMahon. Director McMahon, I do see your hand up.
Well, just in reference to the play stuff in the pool, having it there and non-functional is part of, it's one of these things we don't want to be doing, and this is one of the issues we're having in the parks. So we either have it and we maintain it, or we don't have it. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments to or discussion on the motion on the floor, which is to refer the rest of these to round one with further budget proposals? Director Gabius?
Yeah, thank you. And I feel like there are still some that we could defer at this moment. So I'm not, like, I feel like I'm not ready to push all these to round one, like with your comments in mind, like these will require quite a bit of staff time. So I don't know if we want to go through, like, just have a quick look and see if there's anything that we want to defer, instead of just pushing everything.
You have the floor, Director Gabius. Is there anything particular that you're thinking of deferring?
Wondering if the utility engineering equipment could be deferred to 2026. Not understanding completely the impacts, but. But still, that's staff capacity,
It is funded
right?
from reserves, but it would still require procurement and presumably training to operate, or to learn to operate it and things of that nature. So it's not a dollar impact, but it could be a capacity impact. Did GM Rosenboom want to comment on the utility engineering equipment?
Thank you for the question. The staff time required for training is actually very minimal. It's primarily just straight on procurement.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
and that's good.
All right. Director Gabius, did you have another one that you were?
No, nobody else is.
Okay. No, thank you for the questions, for the comments. I would almost be inclined to just incorporate that one, but that is not the motion that's on the floor. So I will call the question then on referring the rest of this to round one with budget proposals. All those in favor? And those opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, so that took care of attachment E. Now, there is still, nope, that's the end of that one. Hang on a sec, just give me a sec to find my pages here. We still have on page 21 of our agenda, as part of the staff report, we actually have two projects that were deferred from 2024 to 2025. And staff are seeking direction as to if the projects should be abandoned for 2025 or if we want to see round one budget proposals. And so that would be, if you're looking at the agenda document, it's the one that's labeled recommendation 6. And that staff prepare a budget proposal for a new feasibility study, long-term surface water source project as part of the 2025 budget process. And then the other one was to do with the senior utility technician. But it's the vehicle portion of the utility technician. This is on page 21 of our agenda package. It's part of the staff report. I was working through the menu list on the recommendations. We worked through the attachments and then we went back into the staff report. I guess, just for myself, I'd like a little more clarity on what the recommendation 21, it mentions the light-duty truck. I'm just wondering if staff could comment more on what this is being. I'm sorry, hang on a sec. Okay, so in our menu, on page 3 of our menu, we have an entire page dedicated to this, which is referring to the 2 projects. And so we have the option to abandon at the board's discretion, or we could bring items forward for more information. So at the bottom of page 3 of our menu list, there is a specific recommendation here would be that the following deferred projects be abandoned, lists the 2 projects, or that staff provide further information to 2025 round 1 budget on the following deferred projects. So directors, I look to you. And these are both in the water service, so. Water Services, Director McMahon.
Pending comments from Area A, the recommendation number 6 looks sensible. Wait. Are we looking to abandon the long-term surface water source at this time because we've got so many other balls in the air? Is that what we're doing? I'm sorry, I'm
Thank
just
you.
lost.
Nope, thank you for the question, Director McMahon. That is a fair one. Could we just get a little bit of information from staff as to what we're looking at here?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair. Several years ago, this project was first adopted by the board to be included in the budget proposal, and it intended a feasibility study to assess the feasibility of surface water sources as a long-term water supply, so that at that time it was thought at 2030 and after longer. Things considered were Rainy River, Clohome, Sakana Lake, some other sources were also considered at that time. So for a variety of reasons, this project has been moved forward and has not been initiated to date. And we're, given everything that's going on at the moment, discussions about reservoirs, wells that are being drilled at the moment, Langdale well field that's still that's still being considered Great Creek. We're proposing to abandon this project as of for now, and maybe the board or the SRD could always reconsider part component of this project at a later date to be reinitiated.
Thank you. And in reading the description on the second one, the truck, it's about basically waiting for fleet review to run through its process. So it's really not necessary at this time. Director McMahon.
Yes, I'm willing to move abandoning these 2 items.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I do have a seconder, a couple of them. Any discussion on the motion to abandon these 2 projects, at least for now? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Now we're done with that item, and now we can move on in our agenda. And we are moving on to 2025 capital planning update. I find the page number here in the agenda real quick. It is, did I hear 43? Page 43 of the agenda, thank you. And we'll turn it over to Manager Doyle. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chair. This report provides a general update on the capital planning at the SCRD and highlights several key factors that have been influencing the projections going forward. Some of these come into play in later reports. Staff are here to answer any questions.
Perfect. Nice, short, brief introduction. Thank you very much. So directors, looking at the recommendations that are on page 43, these are dollar amounts that have already been contemplated as part of capital planning in the past with inflationary increases considered. So this is not additional asks per se. This is the annual process of renewing the funding envelopes. Director Bax.
I'd like to move the recommendations as they appear on page 43.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for them? I do have seconders. Thank you. Thank you, Director Inkster. I don't have that at hand. This is Park Service, Roberts Creek Fire, Half Moon Bay Fire, Egmont Fire. It's, yeah, it's listed as voting all directors. So we all get to vote on this one. So, all right. Director McMahon, I see your hand.
So, if I understand this correctly, I'm sorry, I was getting pretty foggy by the end of this agenda package. So, the funding is in place for Port's capital planning to go forward this year. Is that the case? It's on page 46.
Thank you through the chair for the question. So the update regarding ports capital planning is that we had anticipated bringing forward capital plans for the ports this year. That has been delayed due to some staffing. We're optimistic that it will be available for 2026. A significant amount of work has been finished to date, but we're just haven't been able to wrap it up.
Okay.
And this may be outside of the scope. There is a related issue with ports, is that our repairs for critical ports are taking too long. And if we are, yeah, perhaps we can take that discussion offline, but it's not acceptable for a port that is the major transportation connection for an island to be down for 2 years for, substantially reduced service levels. So we're going to have to figure out, especially if we should end up taking on New Brighton, we're going to have to figure out a way to be more responsive when major problems are encountered. Thanks.
Thank you, Director McMahon. Unfortunately, for the ports function at the moment, this is just looking at the capital plans that we already have in place for these particular services. And so this is their annual funding envelopes. Yeah, so to the motion that's on the floor, I don't see any other hands up. I will call the vote. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And so moving on to Community Recreation Facilities Capital Funding Update. Manager Doyle.
Thank you through the chair. The report in front of you today provides an update on the 20-year capital plan for the community recreation facilities. While there is a forecasted shortfall in the funding for the capital renewal across this period, we are not recommending an increase at this time for 2 reasons. Number one is a large driving factor in the financial sustainability of this service is related to uncertainty from recent volatile economic climates and from the numerous old estimates that we're trying to rectify over the next year to create some more certainty. The second reason is that we understand the original intention of capital planning was to mitigate fluctuations in taxation, and we understand aligning any funding requests with the expiry of upcoming long-term debt will achieve this goal in a better manner. Staff are here to take any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Director Bax.
Yeah, on page 49, it says that upcoming changes in availability of fluorescent lighting are fluorescent lighting being phased out?
Yeah, they don't make fluorescent lamps anymore.
Okay, just, I guess I wasn't paying attention.
There you go. Director Inkster.
Just looking at all these expenditures, and all rec facility based. Can I just quick update on when our rec facilities are paid off again, please?
One of them falls off at the end of 2025. I think that was in the staff report.
Yeah.
When does the other one fall off, CAO?
Thank you, Chair. So there is, the larger security issuing is set to expire at the end of 2025. And then we have the second security issuing in 2026. And so hence why we're not coming forward with a significant increase in funding for 2024, because next year we need to bring back an overall new strategy for the community recreation facilities in conjunction with probably the facility needs assessment. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. So I think we want to look at it more in a holistic manner for the service.
Thank you. It's going to be quite the substantial conversation next year.
Yeah, just a quick question. Do we know what we're paying our interest rate on that is right now? Do we?
It's 4.65%, I believe.
Okay.
And that was one
Good
of
for
the,
Yeah, he seemed to know, so that was good.
yeah, and the amount of principal and interest, I think, is almost $1.2 million.
Still, Lorraine. Thanks, Chair. That'll be a good discussion in a few months. So what I think staff's saying is because we are retiring the debt, then we can probably put a capital plan together. I think that's what the CEO is saying.
That
Thanks.
is part of the conversation that we will have to have, because my understanding is that there's some complexities in that the parcel tax is paying for the debt funding, but the parcel tax can't be used to pay for capital. Anyways, it's going to be a conversation that we need to have, but thankfully not today. Director Inkster, were you moving the recommendations as presented on page 48? Thank you very much. And do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director Stamford. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
And what would be the implications if we deferred this? Because we spent a lot of time talking about $50,000 items, and here we are spending $1 million in about 2 minutes.
Well, just before I go to staff, these are items that are in the previously approved capital plan that the board has looked at and approved. There's a couple motion recommendations in here that are very specifically required for the MFA financing aspect of things, but Manager Doyle, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you for the question through the chair. There are no financial implications with the recommendations on the report today. Like you said, these are just required language for the MFA permission to borrow.
Yep. Thank you. Director Bax.
Yeah, see, I was hoping that deferring these, we could dovetail it in with the end of the payments that we're making on the rec facilities and then start paying more on the capital plans afterwards. So is that a possibility? What are the ramifications, the implications of deferring this to the 2026 budget?
This is not a new cost. This has already been budgeted for in previous years.
We've taxed for it and we have the money in the budget.
It's part of the annual capital contributions. CAO?
Yeah, thank you. If I may, we bring forward these capital plans on an annual basis. These are part of the reviews. We've had significant discussions, and I think one of the earlier points is that we're only funding at a critical level. So these are items that have been identified as critical for the facility to be able to be open and operated. So that's why you're making distinct decisions related to things that are essentially been deemed non-critical by the board from a service level perspective and are coming forward as budget proposals. So again, if we don't repair these things, it will become quite dire and will significantly impact the service level.
Thank you. Director Inkster.
Thanks, Chair. recreational facilities, although the Gibson's one came a little after, the ice-based facility are almost 15 years old. And there's a lot of water in both buildings, and water means there's a lot of challenges with infrastructure. So we need to consider that when we do the continuing maintenance that needs to be done and small repairs before we put the capital plan together. It's really critical. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. This is voting B, D, E, F, Gibson, Seashelt, SNGD. Sorry, Area A. All those in favor? And none opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're moving on to the Gibsons and District Fire Protection Service capital funding update. And Manager Doyle.
Thank you through the chair. This service requires no funding lift this year. The report in front of you provides an overview of the capital planning and requests permission to borrow for the rescue apparatus through a 10-year loan, which allows us to spread those costs out across more years. And if there's any questions, staff are here to answer them.
Thank you very much. And similar to the others, this is, one of those ones that we have asset management plans in place, and so we need to commit to those asset management plans. Director White.
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. And so I'm looking at EF and Town of Gibson's. I've got a seconder. Thank you, Director Stamford. Any discussion from directors? If not, EF and Town of Gibson's, all those in favor? And that's unanimously carried. Thank you very much. And I think that takes us to the end of Manager Doyle's presentations. So thank you, Manager Doyle. So next up, we're going to move on to the community partners and 2025 preliminary budget requests. And I see the CAO's name on this. Was there anything that you wanted to say to introduce this?
Just a little different change in process, Chair. So typically, we would invite our community partners to come and present as part of round one. Again, recognizing that that takes a lot of time out of mostly volunteers' efforts, that we made a recommendation for 2025 budget is that if there's any where there was not any significant funding increase or very minor, that we would just make a recommendation to approve and include them into the budget. So that is what's articulated on page 53 of the report. And we also are looking at page 54. We have about 6 community groups that have some additional increases or a change in service level, and so, or a timing difference, as it is with Skookumchuck, that we are making some recommendations that we invite them to the round one to present as delegations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So directors, looking at pages 53 and 54 of our agenda package, we do, of course, have the option of inviting anybody to come be a delegation if we really want to, but the recommendations here do limit it to those that have substantial increase to their budgets or a timing difference because the Skookumchuck Museum did not come in before the agenda compiling deadline. Director Bax.
I move the recommendations as they appear on page 53 and 54.
Thank you very much, and I have a seconder for that. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Yeah, this is just reminding me, so we have separately a different agreement with Sunshine Coast Tourism for funding, right? These programs are specifically other programs. When do we see our agreement with Sunshine Coast Tourism again? I believe it's a multi-year funding agreement.
CAO?
Yeah, I believe it was a 3-year agreement, so it was for 2024, 25, and 26, so we wouldn't see it again until 2027.
Okay, so this board may not see it again. Director White.
Just looking at the groups that we are inviting to present to us, I just want to check in that we will be providing some really clear guidelines on like length of time and how many slides they're going to present in their PowerPoints, because it'll be helpful for them, because they sometimes these groups, if they don't have that, they go overboard and put into hours and hours of work.
Nope, that's fair. I think we'll be able to communicate to them that we're really looking for.
Good. I'm looking at one in
information on-
particular,
We're looking
and
for-
I'm going to hear it from them.
We're looking for some information, sort of really looking at what the substantial increase is about. So I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on the motion. All those in favor? And any opposed? Motion is carried. Directors, that takes us to the end of our agenda. We have no communications, we have no new business, we have no in-camera. If we hadn't been 15 minutes late getting back from lunch, we would have been done by 2 o'clock like I hoped. So maybe I'll make Silas chair, Director White chair next time. But in the meantime, can I have a motion to adjourn? Moved, seconded, all those in favor? Carried, thank you very much. And we have no physical attendees. We do have Connie. Connie, do you have any questions for us today?
Good afternoon, Chair Toth. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, just looking, is there another agenda for tomorrow's meeting or did we cover it all today?
We covered it all today. The plan was that if we
Wow.
were going to run late today, we had tomorrow available as a backup. So this is it. You can find more important things to report on for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Any questions about what we covered today?
Nothing from me.
All right, thank you, Connie. All right, and with that, goodbye.
Yes.